Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu, wewe umetukosea.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, tonight, not a so happy night as the crisis escalate against our sisters, in particular in terms of deaths that are suffering, are being experienced against ladies. This is not new. It's been on for a while, and right now it cannot be ignored anymore. The Ruto administration seems to be not doing much in combating this and ensuring that it's put under control. It appears they are just watching as things get from bad to worse and worse to worst. What I fail to understand about the Ruto administration is why are they keen in staying in power but not exercising their responsibilities towards their citizenry, especially the well-being of the masses. With every policy and every action taken by the Ruto administration, we seem not to see any form of concern towards what bedevils the ordinary Kenyans. Is it that Ruto is the president of the rich and the mighty, and the less fortunate have no place in his administration? Is this the kind of Kenya that we are looking for and the kind of Kenya that we aspired for even through our founding fathers? It beats all understanding that William Ruto propelled himself into leadership on the pretext of being anti what he called dynasty. But now it appears he is the dynasty and doesn't want any other person to be a dynasty. And so, in his policy and in his moves, he's systematically destroying the goodies that Kenyans had and Kenyans have enjoyed all along in ensuring that their pain continues to be painful and their suffering continues to be unbearable as he enjoys, loves his way, and continues to use the remaining list of the resources of Kenyans to keep himself running. Well, this is one place that Kenyans should not take sitting down. You know, one thing can go wrong and you ignore, another one goes wrong and you ignore, and before you know, everything goes wrong, and it's too late for you to respond to the same. And so I invite your input even as we start the conversation. Remembering the Supreme Court has cleared the Finance Bill 2023 after tussle and hassle to keep it off operations for its unconstitutionality. And now it appears the Supreme Court has seen the Constitution and the constitutionality of Finance Bill 2023. And so it is enforced, and that means everything that was wrong within that bill and Kenyans protested against is back on the table, and it will be implemented. So watch out and beware of the same. As the impeached DP Gachagua fights for his survival in the courts, there is a new push to extend the conservatory orders to keep Kindiki from being sworn in until the cases have been heard and settled. Well, let's get down into this discussion. I invite your input from wherever you are. Please don't watch the show alone. Invite somebody. Let's all engage, learn, and hear what the rest of Kenyans are saying. Thank you so much. 33 people on Sound Candy Talk, 12 people on Sound Candy Talk Live, and nobody on Facebook. Facebook, we are streaming on Ngozi M. Bernard page. There is issues with Sound Candy Talk page as well as Kibali Launch. I don't know, there seems to be a resistance of this show on Facebook, but we will do what we can to keep running as long as we can make things happen. I appreciate everybody as you join from wherever you are. Please, we need you to be on the forefront to make the show a success by full participation and ensuring that the truth reaches to everyone and Kenyans are free to express their dissatisfaction about their government and how the government is treating them. We need to be our brothers' keepers, our sisters' keepers. A nation that fights against itself cannot stand, according to the Bible. And so we all need to find a unifying place where we can all rally together, fight together, and see to it that we recover whatever we have lost and we are able to secure the future. I want to thank everyone as you join from wherever you are. Please don't watch alone. And of course, participate into the poll question where we're asking whether the government is doing enough in the rising crisis of femicide cases in our environment. Freedom, welcome to the show. Green, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Freedom here says, Bernard, yesterday you said Islam came 500 years after Christianity. That is a lie. Islam existed from day one, as mentioned in the Quran. Adam and all the prophets were Muslims. God have mercy. Yeah. Freedom, you would have given me a reference to your claim because you know about BC and AD and the calendar. Okay, Islam did not come. I think it came in 622 AC AD. Sorry, that is after Christ. Except you have another history reference, then you can bring it up. They claim from the Quran alone. I don't deny. Okay, I'm not an expert of the Quran. I can't deny what you say that the Quran says, and so I wouldn't want to battle that. But from history, leave alone Bible or Quran, history books. Okay, Islam came later after Christ. That's what I said, and of course I doing my best to avoid religious whatever exchanges on this particular show because it is not working out for what we are supposed to do. But just check your history books. History, I'm talking about ordinary history, not with religious connotation. When did Christ come? When did Islam start? It's even in Wikipedia and the other places where information is. Google the information. Other than us beginning to, you know, fight over what I don't think is necessary. Asante lakini Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show. Green, karibu kwa show. Asante sana Willy Mwadilo, karibu kwa show. Okay, thank you Halima Hassana. Karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwai. Innocent Joe Obiri, karibu kwa show. Asante kwa kuwai. Thank you very much. Tunim Hamuda PS, asante sana. Philbert Burudi, karibu kwa show. Sami Costa, karibu kwa show. Thank you for being here. Kuna nani William Adil, of course, thank you so much. Nani mwingine? Kuna Naftal Naimani, karibu kwa show. Favor, karibu kwa show. Simba Omar Said, welcome to the show. Kuna Henry Kibe, welcome to the show. Juliet Msalia, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kufika. The link to use to get in the studio is already in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. You will be in this space for us to get talking. Kuna nani huyu mwingine? Press J, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. Kuna Penny Nyagaka, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kufika. Daudi M, karibu kwa show. Anasema tuko hapa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Please invite somebody. 56 people viewing. We should have gotten to 100 by now. Just do your part. Do your part of reaching more people, getting more people to come through and be able to, be part of the great conversation as we look at the crisis we are faced with as a country at this point in time. We have got so many things going not our way by reason of the negligence of the Ruto administration, especially on the issue of security. You're all remembering what Mother Karua said as an expose of a killer squad that is seems to be enjoying state protection that is wreaking terror on Kenyans, and it has, it is not going well with the Kenyans, especially some of us that are vocal about what is wrong with the Ruto administration and what they are doing against the masses. And so I understand there are abductions of some bloggers as well as ordinary citizens. They are being tracked using their phone numbers and being abducted by people who are not identifying themselves. They are moving around with cars without number plates. And so we are dealing with a very, I'll call it what? Shrewd administration. Because why should you wreak terror on the people? I mean, just do what you're supposed to do. The reason why you're in office is to secure each and every Kenyan. Why should you be president when you are arranging for the downfall of Kenyans, for terrorizing Kenyans? This is doesn't make sense. And then there we, end up in church saying praise God, and we are asking for unity and peace. Why this thing should not be. And so I invite you as a Kenyan to raise your voice. We cannot continue like this. Our sisters, our mothers are now not secure. Invited in a party, they are found dead. I mean, this should not be. So I call upon you to help me make sense of the same, even as we discuss. I can see Mr. Wangira is here. I invite those of you coming in the studio to Wai Mapema. I'm not feeling too well, but I believe we'll be able to pull through. So tafadhali naomba usichelewe na usikuje kuchelewa kwa sababu tunahitaji your input on these manenos as we move forward. Thank you very much. Let's look at the main story and then we start the conversation. Thank you very much. Let's do this together.
Meant to arrest the rising cases of murders of women and girls across the country. Human rights organizations, including the Federation of Women Lawyers of Kenya, FIDA, now want these femicide cases, which currently stand at 30, declared a national disaster. FIDA, alongside the Law Society of Kenya and 8 other human rights bodies, have faulted the government for failing to address the murders with the seriousness they deserve. And as Brenda Wanga now reports, FIDA also intends to introduce femicide as a standalone crime within the penal code.
A mother's pain is evident as she struggles to watch the casket bearing her late daughter's remain wheeled into the church for her final service. The late Seth Nyakio, daughter of nominated Kirinyaga County MCA, is one of the latest women to meet their demise in a gruesome manner in the recent spate of killings targeting women and girls. She was murdered at a rental house in Thika Town.
I can see so many faces. And I'm telling you, amongst us, there are people who are named in the suspect of the said murder.
She is amongst the nearly 10 women who have been killed in just a fortnight across the country and a multitude others from the beginning of this year.
In 2024, so far FIDA Kenya is aware of at least 30 cases of women who have died in the hands of intimate partners as a result of domestic violence and femicide.
Despite these high numbers of deaths, the law enforcement agencies stand accused of being lax in their response.
These cases have been reported to the National Police Service, but unfortunately, the pace of investigations is excruciatingly slow.
Many times we are told no stone will be left unturned. Alafu wiki moja, wiki mbili, na amewauliza, do you see these stones being turned? We pray and hope that this will indeed be the last time.
Human rights organizations say the government has not only failed to protect the women and the girls from such attacks, but has also failed to prosecute those suspected to have committed these crimes against women. Case in point, the arrest and mysterious escape of the main suspect in the Quarry's bodies, Collins Jumaisi, whose whereabouts remain unknown nearly 2 months after his escape.
Further, the National Police Service is yet to issue a comprehensive statement on the circumstances that led to his escape and steps towards his rearrest and prosecution.
Now the organizations want this issue addressed by the highest office in the land.
The president should officially declare femicide a national crisis and a disaster, assuring the public that his administration is working actively to protect women and girls across the nation.
Besides that, the organizations also want the president to appoint a gender cabinet secretary, provide adequate updates on investigations into femicide cases, and take concrete action to address overall gender-based violence. In the meantime, the organizations say they will be taking the battle to the legal fields.
Let us rethink femicide as a crime, as a standalone crime, because what is happening is that some of these suspects, when they are arraigned in court, they are charged with the normal, murder.
The government has 30 days to act or face protests by women and girls that will be organized by these human rights organizations. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru kila moja, naomba tumakinike kukaribishana tunapoangazia masuala haya. Kina dada wanaonewa kulingana na masuala yanayoendelea. Vifo visivyostahili vinaendelea kudhamiri miongoni mwetu. na serikali inaonyesha utepetevu ikifika kwa masuala ya uchunguzi na kushughulikia masuala haya. Kwangu mimi, usalama wa kila Mkenya unapaswa kuwa kitu cha muhimu kwa kiongozi wa nchi. Hawezi kuwa rais ambaye hawezi kudhibiti usalama wa watu ambao hawezi kujitetea. Uongozi unatokana na ile hali ya wewe kuguswa na yale ambayo yanaumiza yule mtu ambaye ni mnyonge zaidi kuliko wengine. If you are not touched by the infirmity of those that are most vulnerable in the society, then you are not leading the society. You are just pretending and posturing, but in the really sense, you are not in charge. You are not in control. These are crimes that should be arrested by now. When we were growing up, these things were not as common as they are. I mean, you hear a case like this once in a year, but now it's become the order of the day. Is this the kind of society we want to be and our children to grow in? This needs to be stopped. Well, I invite your input from wherever you are. Please, let's be on the forefront as we begin to engage. Thank you so much for choosing to be part of this great conversation. Let us make it happen. Mr. Wangira, how are you today?
I am fine, Bernard. How are you?
Great. Karibu sana.
As much as I empathize with, the family of, the women, who have lost, their lives in circumstances that, are not very, very clear, Bernard. But, I don't want to look at it, as femicide per se. Because, when we look at it as femicide per se, we lose the bigger picture. Because, this year we have experienced, so many killings, so many murders, Bernard. And, they have been across board, we know men who have died, we know women who have died. So, if we reduce it to femicide, we might end up losing the bigger picture, It will look as if, there are no men who are being killed, it's only women who are being killed. For example, it's only last week where, the human resource manager for the Wells Fargo, Mr. Oyako, was, killed, that's a male. So, let us, fight let us fight this vice, as a crime that is, that is facing, the entire community, irrespective of gender. But, if we want to reduce it to gender, where we see it as just femicide, Bernard, we might end up, losing the bigger picture. Because, we don't fight, crime by trying to categorize it just as, facing a particular category of people. Because we know that, it's across board. It's across board. People, men are being killed, women are being killed. So let us look at it, in that particular perspective, where it's affecting everybody in society. But, if we want to reduce it to femicide, and I've even heard, in that clip where somebody was proposing that, we should make, femicide, a standalone crime. If you want to make femicide as a standalone crime, then where do you leave, murders that, murders that are affecting, people of the male sex? Then, that's the only issue that I have with this particular proposal. But, I agree with you that, there have been killings of women just like there have been killings of men. And, let us just treat them as murder. Yeah, and let us not narrow it down to only women, whereby you want to look at it as if it's only crime targeting women, when we know that across board, everybody is being targeted and nobody in this country is safe. We know that even the youth, Bernard, even young people, especially during the Gen Z demonstration, many of them were killed. You remember the young man called Desil, whose body was found dumped in a quarry somewhere in Juja. So, these crimes must be looked at, wholesome as crimes, but not specifically as targeting a particular category of people, That's all that perhaps I'll say. On the issue of, the Supreme Court, declaring that, the Finance Bill 2023 was, enacted within the law, Bernard, it makes many people of Kenya, it has made many Kenyans to start again asking themselves questions. Bernard, how can the High Court rule one way, the Court of Appeal, how can the High Court rule one way, then, the Court of Appeal ends up agreeing with the High Court, and at the end of it all, the Supreme Court ends up disagreeing with both, the High Court and the Court of Appeal. Those are the questions we need to ask. These are all judges. These are all people who have gone to school. These are all people who understand law, Bernard. A judge who sits, at the High Court, can equally sit at the Supreme Court. He can equally sit at the Supreme Court. The same thing to a judge who sits at the Court of Appeal. He can equally sit at the Supreme Court. It's just easy. So, I'm just trying to ask myself, where are we losing it? Because how come that, the High Court are finding it in one way, then, the Court of Appeal is agreeing with the High Court. Then when it comes to the Supreme Court, then, they give a very, very funny, judgment that, makes even lawyers to wonder, what is happening in this country. And it did not start yesterday, Bernard. You remember in 2013, during the Raila Odinga presidential petition number 1, where, the famous 2-minute judgment by, Chief Justice Mutunga. If you remember, it was a 2-minute judgment, that dismissed, entirely Raila Odinga's petition. And, that seems to be the trend at the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, Bernard, I'm sorry, it seems to be, the weakest link towards us, It seems to be the weakest link towards us developing strong jurisprudence in this country. For example, look at what they have said about public participation, Bernard. They are telling us that, that the public participation that was undertaken, at the time, the public participation that was undertaken in 2013, Bernard, was adequate. That's what they are telling us, that it was adequate. And, if they are telling us that it's adequate, Bernard, then I am sorry for my brother Rigathi Gachagua, because already one of the grounds that Rigathi Gachagua is contesting in the High Court, is the public participation. And look at what the High Court, has said today. It has lowered the standards, for public participation. They have just lowered the standard for public participation that are going to make it, further for people, for the state that is fighting so hard to ensure that, Rigathi Gachagua does not find himself anywhere near Karen again. So, they have just given further to the state here. And, they have lowered, the standard for public participation. They have just lowered it. Unlike where, the court previously was very, very clear that, that public participation must not just be a mere exercise. They must be quantitative and qualitative, Now what we have heard from, the Supreme Court today, is giving another picture, Bernard. Another picture, Bernard, that it would make this thing a mere public relation exercise. So where we stand, and I want to agree with, Grand Muller, that perhaps Juruspesa, Bernard, Juruspesa could be playing a big role in this country. The other time I told you about Juruspesa, then you are disagreeing with me, Bernard. Juruspesa could be playing a big role here, Bernard, because we are talking about 2023 by the Finance Bill 2023, Bernard. The government of Kenya was going to lose nearly 200 billion, and it had been declared illegal. Then there was a bigger stake here that the government of Kenya must win, come what may, what we call, that the means must justify the means, the means must justify everything here, Bernard. So, Julius Caesar could be playing a role in the manner in which perhaps, the Supreme Court, Bernard, is operating. And that is very, very dangerous for this country. Finally, on regarding Gachagua, just like I've told you, listening to what the Supreme Court has said about, public participation, on that particular ground alone, then, the case of the Gachagua is now weakened. It's weakened completely, Bernard. On that basis of public participation alone, that case has gotten weakened. And, the way I see things operating, there's a likelihood, Bernard, this is now my observation, and I'm just trying to be objective, that, we could end up, having, Kithure Kindiki sworn in as, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Perhaps, latest this week or early next week, we could end up, having him sworn in as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, because unless another miracle happens, because, these are all superior court, the High Court is a superior court, the Court of Appeal is superior court, the Supreme Court is superior court, but these are human beings. They also listen. For example, the judges who are sitting on the three-bench judge here, that is listening that is listening to the case, that pertains to regarding Gachagua Bernard. They also listen to the outside world, and today they are aware that the Supreme Court has weakened, the threshold for public participation. Then, if you are arguing about public participation, that there was no adequate time, there was no adequate notice, that it was not qualitative and quantitative, and already, the Supreme Court has lowered, the threshold. What do you expect them to do, Bernard? They will go, the Supreme Court way, and likely, Bernard, that is likely to impact negatively on regarding Gachagua. Let us wait and see how things will play out. But some of our confidence, especially in the Supreme Court, Bernard, is getting weakened day after day. Just like I've always argued here, perhaps the court where we have the strongest link, Bernard, is the Court of Appeal. But the Supreme Court and High Court and the Supreme Court, there seems to be a problem there when it comes to developing strong jurisprudence. But as a Court of Appeal, is working fairly well. But our problem seems to be the High Court and the Supreme Court. And if this is the manner that in which we want to operate, Bernard, then it's going to be a field day for Zakayo, because anything that Zakayo wants, Bernard, now with the help of the Supreme Court, Bernard, it's going to pass. You remember last week, it was the housing levy fund that was okayed. Today they have okayed, they have okayed today the Finance Bill 2023. So to Zakayo, wherever he is a happy man, because things are things are working in his favor. But for you and me, I don't know whether things are working in your favor. Let me just stop there and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ongira. Good start indeed. And the controversy of the William Ruto administration never ceases in terms of how he treats what Kenyans are disturbed by. Now, I agree with you on the issue of femicide in terms of it's not only, the murders and the killings are not just one-sided, but it is clear that the femicide is higher than the ordinary murder. And then the agitation for the femicide is not against the male species, but it is just a concern being raised by reason of how many of our daughters, our sisters, our mothers are dying in the hands of their male partners. You remember those, I think, 2 athletes we have lost in that similar circumstances. Then we have the Jinedu, is it Jinedu who, the story of wherever the Nigerians, you know, there is a lot that is taking place that is ending up into losing lives. But for me, I would hold the government responsible because you can clearly see that even the investigations leave a lot to be desired. That the security forces will come to a place and collect CCTV, wherever footage, and then, you know, it's just, you know, making the whole thing look like a circus other than the serious approach that needs to be put in terms of we don't want to lose another life in these similar circumstances, where we are not just investigating a case, but we are arresting the situation. I don't see this, you know, happening in the similar manner. If anything, we see that the investigating officers are going there carefully, as if they have specific people they need to protect or specific names they need to protect. And so on all murders, let's talk about Musando's murder, look at Jacob Juma's murder and all that. The security forces are not, you know, they can't even say that public, what is he called, director of public prosecution is the weakest link, because most of those cases don't even make it there. And so to me, it appears like some of this crime are either aided by the state or the state want them to continue. I don't understand. On the issue of the Supreme Court, I think we just give up, because this Supreme Court is not supreme anymore. It's not supreme anymore, because Supreme is supposed to be superior in its articulation and application of the law, not for them to behave less than the High Court. How can they give a threshold that is that is less than what is demanded by the High Court? And so it appears we don't even need that court. It should be scrapped off, because this is a frustration and the frustrating of the Kenyan people's options in seeking redress. Because you go to the High Court or District Magistrate Court, and you want a better look at your case, you go to the High Court. If the High Court doesn't give you a better outcome, you go to a court of appeal, in the sense that you are seeking a better way to look at your case. But it appears that the higher you go, the worse it becomes. So this Supreme Court, to me, is not behaving superior anymore. It's behaving childish. And like you said, maybe it's an accomplice to the ills and the evils that are bedeviling our people and our country. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, please be on the forefront to invite each other, and let's make it happen as we continue with the conversation. What's your take? Where are you watching from? And which side do you belong to? On the right side of history, or you are on the side of the oppressor and the oppression against the Kenyan people? We will all be in this and fight together. Bwana Freedom, story ya Islam and Christianity tuachane tunayo mahali ilipo, kwa sababu kama Mtume Muhammad akazaliwa 570 AD, that means after Christ. I don't know why we should be pushing ourselves into acknowledge he was the last prophet. So it means he came after Christ then. And so that makes Christianity having been here long before Islam. And I don't think authenticity of religion is determined by when it began, but I'm just saying that let's keep records where they are, other than stretching them to suit our corner. It is, I believe, in proper presentation of what is there for what it is, because some of these things we were born, we found them We did not make them. We did not start them. So there is no way we can adjust when they started and when they did not start. And so I just leave it there. But kwangu mimi, I really respect everybody and their faith, and want everybody to worship their God the best way they know how. And if you like my God, then we will talk about that. But this push and pull is uncalled for. Asante sana. So back to you, Mr. Wangira. Now you're saying Gachagua is is cooked, or what's happening? And did you follow the proceedings today? I hear there is a seeking of extension of conservatory orders to bar the swearing in of Kindiki. What I find not making sense for me is on how Gachagua's legal team discredits the bench and then seeks orders from the bench. You will help me understand that, because if the bench is questionable, the bench is unreliable, is biased, it is all manner of not constitutionally constituted, why should it also give you, what now makes the orders they give you sound and enforceable? Mr. Wangira, you will need to help me make sense on the same, because it appears we are speaking from both sides of our mouth. But let's hear this first, and then you can come in, then Mama.
Act 2023 was challenged from 2023 up to this point. All right, and now let us now go back to the courts, where the Gachagua impeachment case resumed today, with the lawyers making presentations on whether or not the conservatory order barring the assumption into office of Professor Kithure Kindiki should be lifted. While Gachagua's lawyers called for its extension, those representing respondents, including the National Assembly, Senate, called for the lifting of the conservatory order. Well, a three-judge bench hearing the case is currently continuing with this hearing, and our reporter Fred Kagonye is on location. Let us cross over and listen in.
In public participation under Article 118. That's a misconception, because the Senate sits as a quasi-judicial process when it sits to listen and to hear the case. The presiding period in the preparation of the hearing of the case is when they are supposed to commence public participation. And the concept of quasi-judicial process does not oust the constitutional obligation under Article 118 to conduct public participation.
Yes. My Lord, you had made a judicial promise that I would respond to Mr. Ochel.
He did not follow it up.
No, he did. He made submissions on the case of Samuel Ongou, and you indicated, my Lord, that I would make a response. I'll do that in 1 minute. My Lord, the case of Samuel Ongou versus Alpha related to a gazettement. I'm just distinguishing the case. A gazettement of one of the 9 members of the board of Alpha. The court initially granting a stay, my Lord, because the initial stay did not, conservatory order did not affect the functioning of the board. And there was a subsequent gazettement because he had been nominated by 2 organizations. My Lord, the distinction here is that the position of the Deputy President is in a unique position as defined by Articles 130 and 131 of the Constitution, and therefore that case would not apply. There are many board members, about 8. This is a single position. It does not apply. As distinguished, my Lord, as the impeachment of the Deputy President under Article 145 and the impeachment of a governor under Article 181 and Section 33 of the County Government Act, which is statutorily underpinned. Very distinguishable. All the cases they have cited are irrelevant on governors. The impeachment of a Deputy President is unique and is final under 145(7) because it is constitutionally underpinned and not statutorily underpinned. You can't object or finished. That's all.
Mambo ni kama
Okay,
haya.
Bernard,
Yes, you can respond quickly, then Mami comes in.
you know, I listened to the argument by, you know, the Gachagua team today. And, you know, they placed a very strong argument. Personally, it was very, by my observation, it was a very strong argument. But, you know, my only worry comes, you know, when, you know, the apex court called, you know, the Supreme Court, you know, lowers the threshold, you know, for public participation. Because, you know, as you know, it had been earlier indicated, you know, public participation, especially if you remember the issue that came from Kirinyaga, you know, before Parliament extended the public participation by 1 day, it was very, very clear that, you know, it needed to be quantitative, it needed to be qualitative, you know. It was not supposed to be a public relation exercise. That was what the court in Kirinyaga said, you know, a day before the National Assembly extended, you know, the public participation by 1 day. But, you know, listening to what is now coming from the Supreme Court, Bernard, you know, that particular threshold has now been lowered. And, you know, because that particular threshold has been lowered, Bernard, and, you know, it's among, you know, the grounds that, you know, regarding Gachagua was relying on, then that automatically makes his case weak. And his case becomes weak because already, you know, the Supreme Court, which is the apex court, has pronounced itself on what public participation is supposed to be. And, you know, when the Supreme Court lowers the threshold, you know, that disadvantage, you know, regarding Gachagua. And finally, Bernard, on the issue of murders, I just want to be quick before Mama comes. Bernard, let us just agree that, you know, we are facing a series of insecurity in this country. For example, 2 days ago, you saw what happened in Butere, where, you know, homes were being invaded, people were being attacked. You know, you saw what happened in Butere. Personally, I have a friend of mine who is a border rider who was almost killed just a week ago. He was almost killed because they wanted to snatch the border from him, and he resisted. And, you know, they really injured him, Bernard. So that's why I'm saying that, you know, the government should look at, you know, at the rate of crimes in this country wholesale and fight crime wholesale, because, you know, it's affecting everybody across board. Let us agree that, you know, we are becoming a more insecure country, and, you know, we must come up with mechanism better that can make this country more secure. You know, that's all that perhaps I could say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that. The insecurity situation is a concern for all right-thinking Kenyans. It is sad. Not many months ago, we were mourning the brother to Shadizo, one of us here, who was murdered in a similar situation around, where is it called, Huisero Place in Western. And so it appears things are getting out of hand, or already out of hand as far as our security is concerned. And my main outcry is that I don't see anything satisfactory coming from the side of the government in arresting the situation. So what beats my understanding is that, is the government enjoying the situation? Because if it was getting out of hand and they are concerned, they need to arrest the situation. But it's like they are funny, like those revelations by Mother Karua on the special squad, killer squad, sponsored from State House, that is abducting and killing Kenyans. So it appears that the insecurity in the country seems to be working out for this government. And that is a very serious matter, that now we are on our own. We should kind of arm ourselves and protect ourselves, because the government is now the terror group against us. It's something that we shouldn't take lightly. Well, Kenyans of goodwill, let's keep inviting each other, even as we look in matters affecting us and seeking better solutions to the same. Mama Selina, karibu, hali vipi?
Poa Penat. Maisha imekuwa ngumu Penat. One, nikianzia hapo wewe mahali mumesema insecurity in a country Penat kama poverty. Watu kuweka hata chakula kwa mdomo imekuwa ngumu Penat. And the government wamerelax. Na hata hiyo government we are talking about is the police Penat. Na hiyo police pia wanahangaika vile tunahangaika. So kama kuna wale uhalifu wanaweza fanya uhalifu na wapatie kitu kidogo, they will relax. And if the government is not serious, mahali serikali Penat haiko imenyamaza. Na wakati ya mambo kama hii ikiendelea kwa nchi Penat, ukiangalia nchi zetu za jirani ni mambo kama hawa, wakiona wananchi wameamuka, wanawacha crime ikue hali ya juu so that watu wengine wanakuwa waoga Penat. That is another thing. So kwa hiyo Penat ni wananchi, ile nyumba 10 tulipatiwa na katiba Penat, tutaambia watu yetu wakuwe waangalifu, wachuane, waone who is the neighbor, nani ameingia mgeni na anafanya nini. So tuchiami sisi wenyewe, tuchichunge sisi wenyewe, especially when the youth they don't have jobs. Penat, maisha ni ngumu sana sasa. Nikikuta mambo ya leo, hata hiyo umesema ya gender, watoto yetu Penat, na unaona wakeni wameingia Kenya, wanatembea na pesa, na hakuna serikali kuangalia Penat. Ukiangalia hii crime, nasikia Kenya sasa kuna lugha inaitwa oga, wanatupa pesa, wanamaliza watoto yetu Penat because wasichana wetu wamekimbilia. Na wageni Penat, I don't know kama wako na sakapati halali ya kukaa Kenya, ama pia wanapatia pesa, tunarudi hapo kwa serikali, wanawanunua. So this crime is too much. Ni sisi tuongeleshe watoto wetu, makanisa tuamuke, wasasi tujue, mtoto akitoka anaenda komboa nyumba, anaishi nyumba ya kifahari. Who is paying that house Penat? And how? Anapata wapi pesa? Sababu hiyo watu Penat nasikia wanakuja wanafanya na hii TikTok. I'm sorry, TikTok inamaliza watu yetu. And I would like to know Penat, hii watu ya TikTok, are they genuine? Hii watu wanapeana hii mapesa yote, is it another devil worship something or what? Kwa sababu unaona pia kwa TikTok imetokea maafa mingi sana. Watu wamekimbilia huko, wanadanganyana. Kuna watu, Penat, I don't know what is going on in our country. Tunataka nyinyi wale tuone ni nini what is going on. Sababu shida hizo yote pia ni yapo. Kulingana na vile nasikia na vile watu na hii kwanza ya TikTok imekuwa ni kila watu. Penat, people are losing their homes. Wamama wanadanganywa. Wababa pia. Unaona watu kuna mahali sehemu mingi imekuwa biashara Penat, inatuletea shida. I don't know whether it is ni dunia sasa, ni watu wamerefuka. What is going on Penat? Sababu kuna vitu haikuwa inafanyika zamani. Hata hizi mambo kama hizo serikali ilikuwa inafuatilia. So kama serikali imerelax, ndio sababu watu yetu wameumia Penat. I think that is the problem we are facing. Tuombe Mungu tu atusaidie, tuone what to do. Thank you Penat. Na hii mambo ya kotini, lawyers ya Gachagua indeed, nilikwambia hiyo koti tangu niliona wasomi wamechaa huko ndani Penat, the young and old. Hiyo ni kitabu, hiyo ni katiba inashindana hapo. Na Penat, kuna watu kama kwanza naona lawyers kama ya Kindiki, hey, ni wakali sana muno. So Gachagua na lawyers ya Gachagua walijua, ndio sababu walikuwa nataka hii kesi delay. Hivyo ndio imekuwa penalty. Wametaka delay kwa sababu walijua in the beginning hawana mkuu. So unasikia hiyo yote, maswali yote, and it is really mahali House of Parliament wamepitisha over 3/4, ukaenda Senate. Hapo ukitaka kusema hata walifanya kazi mbaya, wametenda kazi yao kikatiba. Ile nasema tu ni kwamba na ile machurch watu ya Gachagua, unajua pena sijui unapika pipi alafu dakika ya mwisho unataka akupakulie chakula na akupatie chakula mzuri ushibe. I don't know. Walitumia wakati mingi kudharau the churches na Supreme Court. Na unajua church mkuu na church yote penat wako pamoja. Uwezi ingia nyumba yao na sasa I don't know, wanataka sympathy. Sijui hata vile kesi itaamuliwa penat, because hata kama wangelin kidogo watu at least leo nimeona wameact, lakini hiyo ingine yote the 2 days sisi simeisha, hata mpaka leo batu wanasema hawangetaka hawa penat. I don't think walifanya kazi mzuri. Thank you.
Okay, asante mami. We appreciate that. Mambo mengi tunashukuru Mungu. Unajua wasomi wetu hawa wana mambo yao katika kutuelekeza. One moment, I'm reconnecting the TikTok millennials. Okay, thank you. Yeah, they call themselves learned friends. Learned friends have a way of looking at the law and pull it in their own direction in such a way that they want the verdict to be in their favor. But this case is such that, to me, the Gachagua team is not doing what they are supposed to do in terms of defending their case. They are looking for the weak points in the petition and then want to capitalize on that. And to me, they are wasting a lot of time in fighting the bench, fighting the judges, and claiming this and that. To me, they would have just gone straight to the case and demonstrated the merits or the demerits of their case. And so, to me, even if they buy time, I don't see them stop Kindiki swearing in. And not that I support it if it is unjust, but I am not a lawyer. But I find what they are arguing about to be not very strong in convincing Kenyans that this is an injustice against Gachagua, an injustice against Kenyans, and a wrong president being said by the current administration. If they came up with those kind of argument, wangesaidia sana. On the issue of murder and insecurity, it's the government that is sleeping on the job, and it appears that is from the head to the last person in that security docket. It looks like Zakayo is enjoying the insecurity in the country. It helps him preserve himself in power. Probably he thinks so, but when Kenyans will arm themselves to defend themselves, especially against his killer squad, then he will realize when it's too late on why he should have arrested the situation. And that is one thing that makes me miss Moi in his administration. Moi was a master in arresting situation in terms, especially when it bordered on insecurity. When there will be an uproar in any place, it will not last 48 hours. It will not last 48 hours. And to ensure that that thing is put under control and whatever that was getting out of hand is put under the control of the situation. It appears that the people who are in charge of security then either, have retired or something like that, or the lessons are not being drawn from history. Remember Zakayo's administration, hawa wapendi historia na wataki kuangalia kwa historia, kwa hivyo wanarudia yale makosa ambayo yamesababisha serikali nyingi kuanguka katika mstakabali wao wa kutafuta jinsi ya kujinusuru kwa mambo haya. Kwa hivyo kwangu mimi hii serikali ishapotea na ishaanguka. Ni sisi tu kama Wakenya tunapaswa kusimama na tuhakikishe kwamba tunawajibika katika kukomboa nchi hii kabisa kabisa. Now 126 people viewing, please let's raise that number. Let's raise that number. And then those coming in the studio, link ndio haiko ama ni nini? Naomba tafadhali njooni kwa studio tena mapema. Leo tutafunga mapema. Kwa hivyo tafadhali tuwai mapema ili tukazungumze masuala haya. Kina Lala, Kindu Bay, Undumani sijui alienda wapi. Namuona tu kwa mbali kwa Facebook. Ni link hauna ama kuna nini? Karibu ukaseme mambo haya. Kwanza wewe ndio uko karibu na Uganda, utuambie hawa Waganda ambao wamekuja kutugandamiza tutawafanyaje? Na pia hilo ni swala ambalo ni nyeti kwa sababu ujirani mwema, okay? Ujirani mwema unamaanisha nini? Tuko na East Africa Community. Na hii East Africa Community inamaanisha usalama wa kila mwana Africa Society, mwana East Africa Community member. Sasa itakuwaje Republic of Congo, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, okay? Ambao wamejiunga na nini? Na East Africa Community ili tukue na usalama ambao ni bora. Inamaanisha it doesn't matter whether I'm in Uganda, I'm in Tanzania, I am in Burundi, I'm in Rwanda, or I'm in Democratic Republic of Congo. As an East African, I should have priority in terms of my safety. Now, kama huu ndio umoja wa Afrika Mashariki, itakuwa kuaje tena Zakayo akitafuta genge la kufanya nini? Kuhatarisha maisha ya Wakenya. Hao marais pia wana donate members in that kind of setting. What is this? Inamaanisha nini? Kwa sababu kwa mfano kama tunaenda inaitwa nini? Tukienda Supreme Court, tumemshtaki nani? Serikali ya William Ruto kwa kuterrorize wa Kenya. Na Supreme Court itupatie verdict ambayo haifai. We go for redress where? In Arusha kwa East African Community wherever court. Sasa kama hiyo East African ndio imeleta hao watu wanatutesa, itakuwaje tena tukienda huko East African Court kutafuta haki? So it beats all understanding. Na kwangu mimi ujirani mwema ni ile kuwa na nafasi ya kutatua tatizo. Kwa mfano tuseme kama kuna mzozo katikati ya Kenya na Uganda, okay? East Africa Community inapaswa kuja ndani iseme sisi ni mandugu. Now hiyo itafanyika tu wakati tuko nini? Wakati tuko na ujirani mwema ambao unasaidia unasaidia the welfare of the majority of the people. Lakini sasa kama wewe una contribute kuangamiza Wakenya wakilia, wakitoroka, watatorokea wapi? Watatorokea tena kwenda kule ambako ulituma jeshi lako kuja kuwagandamiza. So this is something that is very serious, and we better begin to look at it extensively because it is not going down well. And if there is any truth in this, then we are doomed as a people. And like somebody said here, Africa is the enemy of itself. We want things, yet we fight to stop them from coming by not laying the right foundation for them to happen to us. it appears tunataka Africa unity, yet we are fighting the same unity. Tunataka Africa development, yet we are fighting the same development. We want Africa's progress, yet we are fighting the same progress. This is
Bernard,
acceptable. Yes, Mama.
Bernard, Uganda vile umesema, kuna hiyo throne hiyo yenye mumeweka Kenya sasa imeterrorize vijana ya Uganda, wanaweka watu kwa throne. Hiyo yao ni ile Nissan. Naona Kenya munasikia munasema Subaru, na hiyo ni maaskari penat. Na wakati CNC ya Kenya ilipoamuka, unakumbuka Uganda walijaribu na Museveni akasema mutaona, na mpaka saa hiyo threat inaendelea huko Uganda. Na sasa hii throne ya watu kushikwa ni hiyo style ya Museveni penat. Tofauti ya Kenya ni vile hatuna mass court martial. Watu wakishikwa wanapeleka court martial Uganda, you cannot see them. Na ndio ya Kenya ni tofauti juu wanaua watoto yetu. So hiyo ya Busia lazima tuangalie sana, ni polisi wanafanya hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo kama wametuma wakuje Kenya, tuchunge sana. That is not ni mbaya. Na kwa nini serikali iletee watu yao throne? Kwa nini serikali badala ya kusaidia wananchi wananyanyasa watu yake? This government penat ni sisi wa Kenya tunaendelea kuwaweka, ni tumeshindwa ku raise up. Yetu ni kuongea na wanatenda. Tunaongea wanatenda. So I don't know, penat have to wend ndio wa Kenya wachue tumeisha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mommy. It is sad. It is sad that a government unleashes itself against its people. We can't take this anymore. So as Kenyans, please let us not joke. This is not a good scenario to be preserved, and we should not ignore these things. When the government begins to unleash its terror on the people, then you know we are headed in the wrong direction. And we have enjoyed some spaces of liberty. We had forgotten these things of detention without trial. We had walked away from this for over 20 years. Why are we getting back into the same? Kibaki came in, although he delayed to enact the new constitution, but there was a sizable number of ensuring the security of Kenyans, the progress of Kenyans, the education of Kenyans, the healthcare of Kenyans. And despite the 2007 clashes, we rose from the same. We have had sizable, peaceful coexistence during Uhuru's period, although we lost some precious lives here and there. But this one is an outright, systematic, approach towards making life unbearable for Kenyans. And I don't know what will be the trigger, but as Kenyans, I want us to think and, of course, make resolutions on this matter, because we can't have a country where people we are paying taxes to, the government that we are paying salary is the one terrorizing us. That scenario, mtanieleza, it is not making sense for me. And so we must, as a people, rise up and do what we must do. Now, naomba tafadhali tumakinike, 127 people, tunaendaje mbele na nyuma. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana, tutekeleze wajibu wetu. Pia kuwakumbusha tu hayo matanga ya ambayo tunapaswa kwenda over the weekend. Tunaendelea kuomba msaada wenu. We'll be traveling either on Thursday afternoon or early in the morning on Friday. Attend the burial on Saturday and be back the same Saturday, because we have another engagement right back in Nairobi on Sunday early in the morning. And so we really covet your support so that we can be easily, quickly rush to the funeral and get back and fulfill righteousness in both ends. Like I told you, the late, who is my mentor, my papa, my pastor, is called Edwin Ocheng Nyawade. I think even Jakindube should be able to remember him as one famous, very jovial and very friendly guy from Yala at Olumbi Secondary School. In fact, he was part of the board of, parent board of Olumbi Secondary. So naomba tafadhali wale ambao mnatusaidia katika masuala haya, I'll be sharing the details. Let's do our best. We had like 3 responses yesterday. Let's do our best kutusaidia. If we have good cash, it will help us rush to and fro. If we have limited, pia itatuingiza katika masuala mengine, lakini tunashukuru tu kwa yote ambayo tunatekeleza. Asante sana. So nimlete moja kwa moja Mama Mary naye achangie katika masuala haya tunapoendelea kuongea na kutekeleza wajibu wetu. Asanteni sana. Mama Mary, karibu.
Asante Bernard, na salimia kila mtu, Mama Selina Jakendubi, salimia comment section kila mtu. I hope everybody is doing well. Yes, I'm doing okay. Mimi nimekuwa mtu amekaa nyumbani, not working actually because of the injury I sustained, but I'm getting very well. So I'm good, but I haven't yet resumed my job. So that's my position and that is my situation.
Pole, Mama Mary, pole.
Thank you. It has been a long time, but I'm still getting there. I'm good now. Thank you. Anyway, I want to say this is a big outcry for our country, ambapo watu kweli kila siku ni huzuni, mambo mabaya yanatokea. Hakuna furaha Kenya, actually, because we see we are doomed in so many ways. Yani mukijaribu hii, nao wanajaribu ingine. Si kama serikali ya Kenya, it's like we are fighting with an enemy. And when I look at what is going on in Kenya right now, having that we have got foreigners coming to capture and kidnap, abduct our people, and even kill, it's very sad. Sababu hawa si watu ambao watafikiria ati huyu ni neighbor yangu ama ni neighbor ya fulani, wacha nifikirie vizuri kama binadamu. These are people ready to kill actually because they don't care. They are foreigners. And I wonder, do we have militias in Kenya so that Kenya can call for help? Are they calling for help because Kenyans, we have become terrorists? I believe when a country calls for help from another country, it means that you are being fought by another country. It's not about your people, the people that you were elected to defend and take care of them. And now you look for a force from outside to come and help you kill them. What is that? When you try to think about that situation, you just wonder, where did this man come from? Who is he? Is this the guy who was crying in church that he is a Christian? He is looking for forces to come and damage his people, kill his people. It is so devastating and very, even, scary. It's so scary. Even people, I don't know how they're gonna manage this. It's so bad because these are not ready to leave you alive. People from foreign country, And in fact, they are in force of doing that. They have been, enforced to do whatever they want with you. Surely. Ni Mkenya gani ametoka kwa nchi yake akaenda? Anyway, we don't know. But what time at this juncture have Kenyans been taken that they go and start killing people in another country? Why do we have a leader who feel fighting is the order of the day? Killing is the order of the day. Abduction is the order of the day. This has become like a trend. It's a trend, actually. It is a trend that this guy want to use. Nimesikia tena amesema ati watu hawatakuwa wakigather. No gatherings. This is now over, beyond controlling people. No gathering. Ati musionekane wamegather. You don't have to gather. You need to be home. Mukae nyumbani. Mukipatika. Surely. It is now not to let this thing go away. Don't let it go. Kwa sababu tukiachilia huyu mtu aendelee kufanya hii mambo anafanya, actually, he is going to silence us completely. Hakutakuwa mtu anaongea Kenya. He has used all ways, all means to see that we are silenced. And this time round, people have got the rights of free speech. Tuko na constitution imetusimamia. But still we want to break it and put it away. Tusikize vile yeye anasema. We cannot listen to that. And we are not, because this constitution was fought for. Watu walipigana, walimwaga damu, walikufa. Alafu tena ati iwe haitatumika kwa sababu kumekuja mtu mwingine ambaye hataki kujua shida zenu. Hataki kujua what you want to say. Amefunga macho. Ndio anataka kusema, nyinyi msikize na muendelee kusikiza na kufanya vile anataka. What kind of enslavement in your own country? Hakuna slavery ingine kubwa kama hiyo. Ati mnaambiwa hamtaongea. You are not going to gather. You are not going to do this. You are not going to do this. Surely. Wazee ambao wako na miji yao, wamama ambao wako na watoto wao, we are not going to say anything. We are not going to argue with him. Because who is he? Did we elect Hitler in our country? Because what is the difference? India mwingine ndiye huyo ako Kenya. We can't live like that. Hivyo ni kumaanisha hata ile mambo watu walipigania umaumau huo hana haja. He don't care. And in fact, this guy has fought for nothing in Kenya. He has never fought for anything. And anything that has been fought for, he has been the opposite. He has been negative. Hata saa ile alitoa hotuba huko Kwale, ilikuwa ni kama kupuuza watu wa maumau. Hana haja na hiyo maneno. He was talking other parables, not even close to maumau. You just wonder, what is he trying to penetrate? Is he trying to tell us that huyo mkoloni lazima arudi Kenya, aje atufanye ukoloni tena, ndio tujue ukoloni vile ilikuwa, kwa sababu sisi anatufikiria hatuna idea. We know where we came from, our people, what they did, how they fought for these guys to get out of our country. Lakini sasa anataka kutusambaza na kutumaliza na njia kidogo kidogo, hawa watu waje watunyanyase, watuletee kila kitu ambacho wanafikiria. Anything dirty watatuletea. Kwa sababu huyo mzungu, hakuna mtu mwingine, ni mzungu tu anatafutiwa njia aingie kwetu. Na huyo mzungu akishaingia hana haja na wewe. Ebu imagine mtu ameingia kwa nyumba yako, uniambie kama ako na haja na watoto wako. Mtu aje aingie kwa nyumba yako, hana haja na watoto wako kwa sababu hajawazaa, hajawalea, hajui shida yao, hataki kujua. That is how it is. Yani huyu amekuwa kama yule lion. Unajua lion ya ndume ikiwa inataka kuwa na kike ambaye ako na watoto, ajue hao watoto si yeye amemzalisha. I will use that analogy. Anawaua watoto hao wote to start afresh. Na hao watoto hawajamkosea. So that is what we have in Kenya right now. Anataka kutumaliza, sijui atoe watu wapi, amerusha watoto wetu waondoke nchi waende nje, sijui waende wapi. So it has become a behavior ya huyu mtu kutufanyia maovu, anasikiza vile tunasema. Sasa amesema watu wasiwe wanagather in a group kwa sababu aliona watu wamegather, akaona hiyo itamletea shida, anatoa amri. So he will be giving us amri according to how we behave. But we are not behaving that way because we are treated nice. It's because of the situation of our country. That is why people are behaving like that. Yesterday, I think, Bernard, you said, if this person treated Kenyans as human beings, give them their services, treat them how he promised, who would be on the street complaining? No one. So the way you behave is the way the people will behave. If you treated them bad, that is the way they are going to be hostile. And they are not being hostile for nothing. They can give you the reasons, and even him, he knows. But because he wants to use kiboko, that is how the Kenya we have today. I'm so sad. Ati watu wanaweza tolewa nje, waje kuua watu wetu kiholela, wachanganywe na kabila lake as it was alleged, kwa sababu hawana haja, waje wafyatue watu kuwashika na kuua. What kind of a government is that? Asante, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. We appreciate that. We share the concern and the outcry. We will be here to see to it that we fight to the very end. It is clear that William Ruto does not know what 2010 Constitution says, and the reason we came up with those Bill of Rights for Kenyans and the freedoms we secured within the Constitution. Reversing those freedoms is, it doesn't make sense, number one. Number two, the profiting from the same, we don't see. The profiting it's not leading us ahead, it's leading us backward. And just before Jakindwe comes in, I brought up this some time back when we were talking about how Magufuli was doing well in Tanzania in securing the resources of the country, propelling infrastructure development. But there was one area of Magufuli administration that was not doing well, and that is political progress. He reigned on the opposition, reigned on all other political parties. And his aim was, I understand he had vowed that by 2020, Tanzania will be back to one-party state. And so that's when that elections took place. And by that time, there was a strong opposition. But through the security forces and all that, most of the opposition politicians were rigged out to an extent that in parliament, they were less than 10 opposition members of parliament. And now we can tell that the Tanzania parliament is huge based on the geographical area of the whole place. Now, I'm saying this to say that if we do what? We lower the bar of our political progress and then pretend to be working on what we are calling economic development, is that it becomes counterproductive. The development of the country has to be on both ends. The political freedoms must be preserved, as much as we are also doing what? Enhancing our economic advancement and, of course, the progress of the country. So if we progress in one area and deprive other areas, we end up being counterproductive, because what we have not developed is going to run down what we have developed. So as William Ruto is trying to do in the pretext that he wants to preserve himself in power by, taking us back to the dark days and doing nothing in terms of securing the welfare of the Kenyan people, it is going to be counterproductive. And that's why Kenyans need to resist it now. Now that William Ruto is not ready to function within the framework and the provision of the 2010 constitution, then let him be declared unconstitutional, the enemy of the people, so that this story can end. Why should I take the Bible to go and preach and don't believe in the Bible, don't want the Bible? I mean, why should that be the case? And now that he doesn't want to operate within the framework of the 2010 constitution, which is the current set of how Kenya should be governed, he has no idea on how to function within those freedoms. Let him vacate office. Let him vacate office. Let someone else who knows how to navigate through the freedoms of Kenyans, as well as the advanced realities of the 2010 constitution provision, be the one to conduct the choir, be the one to conduct the running of the affairs of the country. If he want to be a Moi, then it's too late. Let him go back to the 80s alone and leave Kenyans in 2024 going forward. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of the great conversation. Keep it at Sound Candy Talk. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. Please subscribe to our channel, Sound Candy Talk and Sound Candy Talk Live, as well as follow us on TikTok and on Facebook. I salute everybody who is joining. Somebody says he's watching from Kisumu. Let us also know where you're watching from. Huyu ni mwanafunzi wangu, if I'm not very wrong. Thank you so much for joining from Kisumu. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana, tutekeleze wajibu wetu kama Wakenya ambao wamejitolea mhanga kuhakikisha kwamba nchi yao haitatokomea wakitazama William Ruto na genge lake. Lazima wafundishwe adabu. Nchi hii waliipata na lazima waiache ikiwa salama. Kama hawezi kutuongoza kulingana na katiba, basi hawafai kuwa kwa hiyo ofisi. Naomba kwa Wakenya wote tukajiunge pamoja, tuwafurushe. Asante. Naomba nimlete mzee wetu Jakindu Bey naye achangie kwa masuala haya. Hali vipi dadi?
Salama sana Bernard. Nawasalimia wote mama na mama Mary, habari yako?
Mzuri sana Jakindu Bey.
Bernard, mimi nataka kumtetea Magufuli. Wakati Magufuli alikuwa president, Watanzania wengi sana walirudi kwa Chama cha Mapinduzi, kwa sababu kuna kitu kimoja ambacho Chama cha Mapinduzi kinafanyaga ambacho vyama vyetu havifanyi. Chama cha Mapinduzi inajikosoa kila baada ya miaka 10, inajikosoa, inaangalia sehemu zile imefanya makosa na nini, zile sehemu makosa zote zile zinafanyika. Wakati Magufuli alikuja kwa utawala, alifanya vyombo vya CCM, mali ya CCM kurudishwa, na watu wale walikuwa wameshaji maharamu, walikuwa wanatumia mali ya CCM vibaya, na wananchi walikuwa wanaona. Ndio maana wananchi walirudi kwa opposition. Lakini alipoitengeneza CCM, opposition walibaki, watu wengi waliama wakarudia kwa CCM. Kama ni uongo, saa hizi huyu mama si Magufuli. Wapi opposition Tanzania? Hakuna, hawako. Huyu mama Magufuli hayuko. Kuna huyu tu mama. Wapi opposition? Huyu mama aliwaambia hata wale walikimbia, rudini nyumbani. Wako wapi? Wakati wa Mwalimu Nyerere kulikuwa na chama kimoja. Bernard, mimi nilikuwa Tanzania. Na mimi niliwahi kuwa na problem wakati tukiwa na babangu. Tulishikwa na ng'ombe dume 4 tukiwasafirisha. Chama wakati huo ilikuwa inaitwa TANU. Hii CCM ilikuwa inaitwa TANU. Hiyo chama ilitutetea mimi na baba. Yule mtu ambaye alikuwa anatutisha, mtu wa serikali ambaye alikuwa anataka kuhongwa au alikuwa anataka tu kutuharamia, alifutwa kazi tukiona. Kwa sababu alituharamia. Waliangalia zile barua wakakuta ni haki. Kwa hiyo wakati hata Mwalimu alipokuweko, wakati kulikuwa na chama kimoja, watu walikuwa bado wana sauti kubwa sana. Hata wakati alikuwa anawaambia wanataka kwenda multi-party, Watanzania kwa ujumla 80% walikataa, walisema wanataka chama kimoja. Lakini Mwalimu aliwaambia hizi 20% wacheni twende multi-party. So wao wengine huwa hawadadisi siasa vile ilivyo. Asante sana. Pole kama nimesikia Magufuli nimemtetea hapo. Asante sana. Sasa nikirudia upande wa Kenya. Nikirudia upande wetu wa nyumbani sasa.
Just a moment. Just one minute, Jakindube. I agree with you on all that. Na sipingi hiyo. Nilikuwa tunasema kwa ile hali ambayo huwa tunashughulikia saidi moja na tunasahau ingine. Kama vile umesema, baada ya referendum chama multi-party, Mwalimu kama kiongozi wa nchi akaona hata hawa kama ni 20% wamepoteza hii referendum, lakini wakuwe nini? Considered, ili tusonge pamoja kama nchi. So hiyo ndio inasaidia progress ya nchi. Lakini kuzimisha hawa 20% waambie sasa hawafai kwa sababu sisi ni 80-20 peke yetu, tunafanya nini? Nchi inalemaa in one area ikienda in other areas. That's my point.
Sawa, mimi nakubaliana na wewe, lakini nilikuwa nataka kukwambia hata wakati Magufuli alikuweko, hawa watu walikuwa nalalamika, lakini Magufuli hakuwakataza kufanya hiyo multi-party. Mimi nakumbuka Magufuli aliwaambia kwamba inatakikana wakati wa uchaguzi tufanye multi-party. Wakati tumemaliza uchaguzi tufanye kazi. Nafikiri nilisikia kitu kama hiyo. Lakini ni sawa, vile umesema ni sawa. Lazima hizi vitu ziende sambamba pamoja. Lakini nataka kusema hivi, nyumbani Kenya, mimi nataka kusema hivi, kwa wakati huu tunaona tofauti kwa sababu ya news, kwa sababu ya habari ambazo tuna uwezo wa kupokea habari kwa haraka na kwa wingi. Lakini haya mambo ya mauaji haikuanza tu leo. Hawa mambo ya mauaji ilianza right from wakati tulipata uhuru. Ilianza na wazungu. Wazungu walikuwa natuua. Ikaja sisi tumepewa uhuru, bado tulizidi kuua watu wetu. Wakati wa Kenyatta watu walikuwa nakufa tu, wanauawa tu. Watu wengi habari tulikuwa tupati, lakini watu walikuwa wanauawa. Hata wakati wa Moi mnakumbuka? Zile zilikuwa zinaitwa pambano, zingine ngoroko, zingine. Hizi vitu zilikuweko hata wakati wa Kibaki. Mnasahau wakati wa Kibaki huyu Raila, sikule kuna watu wengi, watu fulani walikuwa wanaitwa Aguru Magariang, walikuwa wanataka kumuua. Hizi vitu ni vitu hata wakati wa uhuru. Watu wangapi wameuawa? Juma si ameuawa, mtu ambaye unaweza kusema ni high profile. Juma akawawa hapo, tunaona. Haya, Msando akawa, na watu wengi tu wameuawa tu ovyo tu. wanauawa tu kila siku na hakuna kitu Wakenya wanafanya. Kwa sababu nishasema hii mambo ya ukabila inatufanya tumebaki katika ile hali ya kikoloni. Zile vitu wakoloni walikuwa wanafanya, walikuwa wanatufanyia, tunafanyiwa saa hii na serikali yetu. Zile vitu kama mfano saa hii wa Ruto, unawezaje kuwa ati ukitembea nje, nilikuwa naona huwezi kutembea, ukitembea nje unashikwa ati umefanya nini. Hata mimi nishashikwa Bernard, kwa sababu nimekohoa. Nilikohoa, alafu polisi, tulikuwa tunaenda kukutana na polisi, wakasema nani amekohoa, nikasema ni mimi. Nilishikwa kwa sababu ya hiyo. So nchi yetu ni nchi ya wakoloni. Sisi tuko chini ya ukoloni. Hakuna vile, ni lazima tutoke chini ya hii ukoloni. Tuko chini ya ukoloni kwa sababu hakuna vile tunaweza, huwezi kufanya kila mahali ukienda lazima utoe hongo au utishwe. Hakuna, utafanya kitu gani utafanya? Unaweza kupigwa na polisi tu ovyo ovyo na hakuna mahali unawapeleka. Unaweza kushikwa ovyo ovyo tu na polisi na hakuna kitu unafanya kama unasema sisi. Lakini wale wengine ambao hawajui haki zao wananyanyaswa vibaya sana nyumbani. Ukiangalia Wakenya vile tunafanyiwa, Bernard, ni kwamba tu saa hii kidogo habari zinawafikia watu, lakini wale watu wanasikiza hizi habari ambazo wanaziona ni sisi wachache ambao wanaweza kusema hapana, lakini wengi hakuna, wananyanyaswa tu, na hiyo kitu inaacha tu. Hata mtu akiuawa hivyo inakaa tu hivyo. Yule mzazi, yule jamaa, mtoto wake aliuawa na Msando, mlimsikia akizungumza. Hakuna mtu amewaambia chochote, serikali hakuna. Ni kama tu kitu tu, mnyama alikufa. Hiyo ni nchi gani? Na hata watu wale jirani, watu ambao wanaishi hapo jirani, hakuna mtu anashughulika na hiyo, hata MP mwenyewe hakuna. So hii ni kitu ambayo inatakikana sisi wote wa Kenya tushikane pamoja, tung'oe hii serikali na tuseme hatutaki serikali ya kikoloni. Sijui kwa nini Wakenya tunaogopa kusema hivyo. Tuna haki ya kujitawala wenyewe bila kutegemea Amerika, bila kutegemea Uingereza. Hata tukikaa bila hao hatuwezi kufa, kwani zamani hiyo tulikuwa hatuwajui, tulikuwa tumekufa. Afrika ilikuwa ipo tu. So hii mambo ya kusema hatuwezi kusema hao ni kama tunawaogopa, hii ni uongo mtupu. Lazima tutoke chini ya utawala wa kikoloni. Hawa wakoloni wanataka tuwe tu umasikini na wao wazidi kuishi vizuri na mali zetu, kwa sababu ukienda katika hizi nchi ukiangalia zile vitu wamejenga na mali zetu, sisi sasa, kwa mfano Kenya tunapandisha kodi zetu ziende juu, na yet tuko na rasilimali ambazo tuko na gold, tuko na nyingi, rasilimali tuko nazo nyingi ambazo hizo zinaweza kutusaidia katika hizo kuongezea juu ya kodi zetu. Hatufanyi, tunaacha tu hizo vitu zinachukuliwa bure. Parastatal zetu ambazo zinatakiwa zifanye biashara, zituongezee pesa kwa kujenga nchi, hizo tunamwacha tu zinaendeshwa vibaya, alafu tunasema hiyo kitu lazima ichukuliwe na private. Wale wanafanya kwa private si watu, na wale wanafanya kwa serikali au kwa parastatal ni watu tofauti. Hii ni kwa sababu ya uongozi. Sisi hatutaki kujiongoza vizuri. Sisi wananchi Tuna wengi sana wanasema, oh, mimi sio mtu wa siasa, mimi sitaki mambo ya siasa. Utasema utaki mambo ya siasa, na siasa ndio inaamua kama utakula, kama utapanda, kila kitu ambacho utafanya inaamuliwa na siasa. Kama utaenda hospitali, hizo zote zinaamuliwa na siasa. Alafu mtu apigi kura, anakaa tu, hata akinyanyaswa hajali. Hiyo ni kitu moja inatakiwa sisi wa Kenya wote tujifunze na tuambie wenzetu, wakina mama zetu, wakina ndugu zetu, tuwaelimishe ili wajue kwamba ni vizuri sisi wote tushiriki katika hali ya siasa. Kama inasemekana, lazima tujue hizi pesa ambazo tunatoa zinatumika kwa njia gani. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, asante Jakindubei, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na historia hiyo ambayo inaonyesha kwamba maovu haya hayajaanza jana, lakini kama vile Haruni anasema inaonekana ya leo yamezidi, kwa sababu hapo awali ulikuwa unasikia high profile somebody has disappeared and all that. Okay, of course we had those who are not noticed. But hii inaendelea hapa Kenya sasa hivi, inatisha kwa sababu mtu anachukuliwa kwa njia ambayo haifai, then na sio mtu tu, okay, watu wanachukuliwa kwa njia ambayo ni ya kiimla in the sense that you are followed, okay, you are tracked using your phone, and they follow you up and get you. When they get you, instead of arresting you for the crime you have committed, you get abducted. They don't identify themselves, and in the process we are losing lives unnecessarily, people disappearing. And then we have a young government. That's where I find it very unbecoming. A young government, meaning it has been in office for 2 years only, and see the kind of havoc they are wreaking against the people. Or can we endure the remaining 3 years? Should we not come up and say, Apana, we can't go on like this? And why should this be taking place in the first place? Because Kenyans are not violent. Kenyans are not necessarily arming themselves against the Ruto administration. Why should he go to this length of having a killer squad and the killer squad terrorizing Kenyans? Is he hoping that Kenyans are going to be afraid and keep quiet? I don't think so. It appears we are past that level, and he needs to know that and understand that the only way to govern Kenya is to govern it, not to rule it, not to stamp authority over the people. Wakenya washapita hiyo kiwango. Huwezi kuonyesha kiboko na wanyamaze. In fact, it gets worse when you do that. So just guide the nation, lead the nation, make the nation feel part and parcel of your leadership by you taking care of their interest. I don't think Kenyans are asking for too much. They want to go to hospital and get medical care, which is predictable. They want to go to school and come out of school with quality education. They want to be sure that their children, when they are born, they are secure in their future. That's what Kenyans are asking for. And this is nothing out of the norm. So kama hiki kinakusumbua Zakayo, basi inaonyesha haufai kabisa. You are not even, not leadership. You're not even worthy to be a human being in the first place. Because if the taking care of the welfare of the people is not important to you, why should you be in public office in the first place? Haya, nashukuru kila mmoja. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike tunapoendelea na mjadala wetu. The number of people is dropping. I don't know why. Naomba tafadhali tukaribishane. And then kama uja like video, like. Kabla nilete mkora, wacha nipate tu kura umepigaje, ili tukajue unasimama wapi katika suala hili la kuhujumu kina dada, haswa katika masuala ya kuwa wapenzi alafu wanapatikana wameuawa. ili pia halifai, and then of course kuna ile utepetevu wa serikali inaposhughulikia masuala kama haya. Imekuwa ngumu hata kwenda kuripoti swala kama hilo. Kwa mfano wanasema wengi wa polisi katika police station ina ndugu, so dada wakienda na inaitwa nini, malalamiko yao hawasikilizwi, badala yake wanachekelewa. So ni kitu ambacho lazima kitazungumziwa na lazima kishughulikiwe. So we are asking, do you believe the government is doing enough to address the rising femicide cases in Kenya? Now, this was not a yes or no answer. We had three choices. Okay, yes, but they can do more, 6%. No, there is a lack of effort, 92%. And I'm not sure, waiting for more details, 2%. 62 people have responded to the poll question, and 92% of the 62 people wanasema yale serikali inafanya iko chini sana, haifai kabisa. Let's look at the main channel, Sound Country Talk, how you have voted on the same. Here we go, refreshing so that we get the correct number. I can see like only 36 people have given us a thumbs up on Sound Country Talk Live, on Sound Country Talk. Well, same question on Sound Country Talk. Do you believe the government is doing enough to address the rising femicide cases in Kenya? Yes, but more can be done is 9%. No, there is a lack of effort, 8 and 9%. And sure, waiting for more details is 2%. So it appears a majority of Kenyans are not satisfied by what the government is doing in addressing this insecurity issue, and they wish there can be a better way to be done. It's like it is the government that is letting Kenyans down in ensuring their security and their well-being. Thank you very much. Na thumbs up kwa video tafadhali, siko chini sana. Huko ni 36, huko ni 28. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike katika swala hilo tunapoendelea na maswala haya. Mkenya Mkora, vipi lakini?
Salama baba, mambo vipi?
Salama, twashukuru. Umefikisha ukora wapi?
Ukora bado.
Ama wewe ndio unakamata wakora?
Tuma mkora akashike mkora.
Hiyo atatukora wote.
It's good to see you, Bernard. It's good to see everybody hapa hivi. Huyu amejiita lini leo? Mama unajua niko kwa National Liberty Patriotism, kitu kama hiyo.
National Unity Platform. You need space.
Platform. Nashukuru sana. Mama Mary, pole sana, nimekusikia. Kwanza wewe umenifanya nikaingia hapa. Jakindu Bay pia wewe. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you guys. Bernard, I appreciate every time that I come into this platform, and also the people in the comment section, I really appreciate. Bernard, I want to apologize that I haven't followed politics for the last day and a half. I apologize, I've been traveling, but there's something that Mama Mary, that actually brought me in here to get some clarification, and maybe if that's the truth, to comment on that. And maybe you can tell me if that's the truth. Is it true that Ruto has stopped ati watu wasikue watu wengi mahali pamoja?
There is a proposed bill that is yet to be called in Parliament that seeks to enact laws like those ones. They want to strike off the tasks that secure the liberty and the freedoms of Kenyans in freedom of speech, freedom of gatherings, freedom of expression. And then they want to cordon off specific areas in the name of protected infrastructure. They're using that kind of language. that now if they say CBD is a protected infrastructure, and we can't go there to demonstrate its protected area. If State House is protected area, we can't march to that place because it's a protected area. In other words, they just want to destroy everything we have achieved through the 2010 Constitution.
Nice. Very good. Kudos. Clap for Ruto. We need to clap for him. Ameingia kwa mtego yenye tulikuwa tunataka. That's exactly what we wanted him to do. We wanted him to start bringing the draconian rules so that now we get even the middle class and people actually to understand. Bernard, are you going to tell me my constitution does not allow me to go to CBD? Mimi sasa uninyime kwenda CBD. Exactly those places that is saying people should not go. That's exactly where we will go. Very good, Mr. President. Put them there because that's exactly where we would go. He doesn't know how to keep quiet. He has become his deputy now, and he needs Mike. And those bringing those laws, they need to be encouraged to bring them. Because you know what is going to bring up, Bernard? It's going to bring up a revolt of people saying, why am I being told not to go anywhere in my own country? So the people, even the businessmen, wale walikuwa nasemanga tunaendanga kuharibu, what do you call this, their businesses zao, they will start wanting to get those customers that came to haribu the business, because wakiharibu wanakula pia. So very good. Stop advising this guy. Bernard, stop. I don't know kama uligeuka kwa kuwa UDA. Wacha kuadvise huyu jamaa ukikuja hapa. Wacha kumuadvise. Wacha endelee zile vitu anafanya boss. Wachana na ye. Guys, let the guy keep on digging himself in a hole. Don't tell him that when you dig your hole and you see it's getting deeper, you have to stop digging first. Let him keep on digging. And I'm serious, Bernard. Because now we're going to fight with him with the Constitution. Now, who has gone against the Constitution? When you tell us that we cannot, hatuwezi kwenda tao, hatuwezi kufanya nini, kwani tao ni yako? And that is when now we will come in with the Constitution and actually now impeach him. Waja alikuwa nadhani ana impeach Gachagua. We will impeach him according to going against the Constitution. The Constitution tells us we have the right to go and to assemble and to picket and all the rights. We have them, Bernard. So for me, I think I'm happy that he keeps on digging himself. A lot of people will not see the sarcasm in it, but I can tell you, we've been here a long time. And I've always told you guys, every time Ruto makes a mistake is a good thing for our country. The more he keeps on going, the more he gets everything to be messed up. And the more he gets people waking up. The more he keeps on bringing this, I don't know, I heard something about Burundi, the more the killer squad, the more he touches, the more it all fires up. And Bernard, we are tired of bad governance. And being bad, bad governance is not going to come from these wannabe leaders. It's going to come from the Mwananchi. And the Mwananchi has to be brought to their place. Especially now we have the middle class. We also want to bring these other people up. Wakuje pia. Now we attack Ruto vizuri sasa. We don't care about Gachagua. Hiyo imepita. We ashaenda gone. But let him keep on talking hizo vitu kuweka hizo the draconian laws and everything so that we get him na kuna mali ataenda. Tunamshikia shingo. Nimemaliza.
Thank you. And I'm not the advisor for UDA. Don't forget, UDA does not take advice. William Ruto advises his advisors on how to advise him. So he's beyond repair. He's beyond cure. He is irredeemable. That is from the look of things. So I think this was by Mama Mary or something. Here it is. Ruto made people believe that he was the engine behind Uhuru Kenyatta's success. And without him, things were not moving. You remember that common phrase that huyu ni mlevi 24/7 mimi ndio na ongoza inchi. Those of you who remember that. He says it is very clear that he was the problem all along. Sometimes you win by losing. Yeah, so it is becoming clearer with every passing day that William Ruto was the main problem in the Uhuru Kenyatta administration, and he wasn't the engine that was making things happen. Since he became the driver, see how the country has become. And it looks like everything Uhuru warned us about him was indeed true. Mkora, unakumbuka story ya dereva alafu anaona kiti inatupiwa kwa dirisha alafu
gari ilifika bila chassis.
Yes, gari haina chassis, there is nothing. Sasa saa hii sijui bado tuko na engine kweli?
Ya nyuma ya Volkswagen.
Sawa, mabibi na mabwana, naomba tafadhali tumakinike kupiga kura yetu na kuhusika katika masuala yote ambayo tunazungumza. Let me play this video and then we can continue with the conversation. I think we go back to Mama Selina, but let's hear this first. Here we go about the finance bill.
Thank you for staying with us. This is Newsline, and the Supreme Court today set aside the Appellate's Court decision of finding the Finance Act 2023 unconstitutional. Even though the Apex Court found some parts of the bill unconstitutional, a majority of the document was given a clean bill of health by the 7-judge bench led by the CJ Martha Koome. Kenyan's Esther Diana has more on the ruling.
President William Ruto's administration has received a major reprieve after the Supreme Court overturned a previous ruling by the Court of Appeal that it declared the Finance Act 2023 unconstitutional. The landmark decision by the 7 judges of the Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice Martha Koome, allows the government to implement the provisions of the Finance Act, which are essential for tax collection efforts.
The nation becomes more important than any one of us. For the dignity, peace, stability, and prosperity of the country of Kenya, I vote yes.
I have never witnessed a more contested finance bill than this one.
The Finance Act 2023 was designed to streamline tax collection and introduce fiscal measures aimed at boosting the country's revenue. Among its provisions were critical amendments to existing tax laws and introduction of new levies. The initial decision by the Court of Appeal rendering the Finance Act 2023 unconstitutional forced the government to revert to tax laws as last amended by the Finance Act 2022.
We must remove this VAT on the fuel. Otherwise, I promise you there will be a revolution in this country if this one passes. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you.
While overturning the Court of Appeal's earlier decision, the judges ruled that public participation in the Finance Act 2023 was lawfully conducted. The Supreme Court has, however, upheld 2 findings issued by the Court of Appeal. It deemed the affordable housing levy moot and declared sections 76 and 78 of the Act unconstitutional for being neither incidental nor directly connected to the money bill, violating constitutional requirements for fiscal legislation. The Supreme Court judges also declined a request by the petitioners to compel the government to refund taxes paid by Kenyans while the case was pending in court. For KTN News, I am Esther Diana in Nairobi.
The ayes 184, the nays 88. Therefore, the ayes have it.
All right.
Mambo ni kama hayo. The more things change, the more they remain the same. Mama Selina.
Penat, watu wanakula pamoja, wako kwa sufuria moja. Tulikuwa tunapambaswa tusahau ndio warudishe. And by the way, naona kitu yenye parliament wamepitisha over 3/3 of it, itakuwa ni ngumu sana kureverse. Lakini Penat, now Kenyans tumewachwa tu. Public participation walisema haikukua, hiyo kidogo walifanya wamekubali. So Penat, nafikiri sisi wa Kenya ni vile tumepatia hii watu nafasi. We are not ready to take our country back. Tumekubali kukua watumwa, tukaliwe na tutakaliwa zaidi. Because even the churches and the government, 3 arms of government, they are working together. Parliament, executive, judiciary, wanaitana when we are not seeing. Hata hii matakome wanaambiana wacha tukae kama hatuko pamoja. And then all of a sudden, things change. Finance bill tulikataa, ilikuwa ngumu, lakini where is it today? After some months back, before 6 months Penat, wamesema ni nini hiyo watakatana ni gani wamekubali, hatutajua. Hata machaches watakuja mbele kusema this is right and this is not right. So Kenyans, sijui, are we enjoying? Maybe labda huko ndani mambo si mangumu Penat. Labda sisi tu tuko na macho 4 na watu wengine wanaona na macho 2. Ya pili, hii mambo ya pesa ya si mapenzi hii Penat, hii ni biashara. Watoto wetu wanataka, unajua hii competition imeleta shida. Wasasi hatuwezi uliza watoto wanatoa wapi hiyo pesa, anaishi Nairobi aje, mtoto anakuja nyumbani na kari kubwa, unafurahia na afanyi kazi. Wakati shetani anarutisha pesa yake, they kill our children. And it has really happened. Na hata si wasichana peke yake Penat, hata vijana wamekuwa victim. So where did our churches go? Sababu hapo ndiye mahali tulikuwa tunakimbilia kwa mambo ingine. Sababu serikali iwezi kutuchunga, but the churches could have saved our children. Na hata ile wanafanya kazi Penat, kwa sababu the salary ya peanut ina force watu yetu still. Mtu anafanya kazi lakini watu wanaenda kufanya hiyo mambo kwa sababu anataka pesa mingi. So I don't know where we are going as a country, as a community, kwa sababu hii yote ni watoto yote Penat, especially wale wameenda city kubwa kubwa Nairobi, na sana sana Nairobi. Sijasikia hii mambo Kisumu, sijasikia hii mambo sana Eldoret, Mombasa. Mahali hivi tuko yote iko Penat ni Nairobi. So sijui Nairobi hatuna serikali, hatuna nini. Kwa sababu unajua mgeni akienda pale Kisumu, end of the day people watajua who are these people. Wakienda sehemu kama Eldoret ama mahali popote ile city kubwa, they know. So watu wamekuja kujificha Nairobi Penat, criminals, na serikali ndio wanasaidia. Tuombe Mungu Kenya atusaidie. Watoto wetu ndio wanapelekwa nje, wengine sasa wanauawa. Na hii Nigeria mbona wasirudishwe kwao? Wako na work permit Penat, are they citizen ama ni kwa sababu mashemeji? Mtatuambia, unajua nyinyi ni mashemeji sasa. So Oga wanakuja kutumaliza. Thank you.
Asante sana mami. Hii ushemeji lazima itazungumziwa tena, kwa sababu sisi hatutaki ushemeji ambao unatuua. Tunataka ushemeji wa kulindana. Kuna mhubiri alisema sababu ya Mfalme Suleiman, the King Saul of Israel, hakuenda kupiga vita ni kwa sababu alioa kutoka kila mahali. Lakini sasa hii inaonekana hii kuoa na kuolewa kwetu haitusaidii kama Solomon. Ni kitu ambacho lazima kikizungumzie. Then of course tahadhari ni muhimu. Let me just bring this in before Mama Mary comes in. Tahadhari ni muhimu. Licha ya kuwa kuna haya maangamizi yanayoendelea haswa ya kina dada, pia sisi lazima tupevuke kama as a society. Now this is to the ladies. Caution is important. Caution is important. Kuna kitu ambacho kimeharibika katika nchi yetu, na hiyo ni ile hali ya kuchumbiana kwa siri. Kuchumbiana kwa siri ama kuwa na wapenzi lakini hakuna mtu anajua mpenzi wako. Ni tofauti sana na vile ilivyokuwa hapa awali. Hata msichana akiwa invited, she would have 2, 3, 4 friends who watches over her, who they move together, ambao hawafichani chochote, ili inajulikana fulani ameenda na fulani, so inaeleweka. Lakini siku hizi kuna ile hali ya usiri mkubwa, usiri mpaka your family members don't know where you are going, don't know you, the man you are moving with, and all of it ni kwa sababu katika haya masuala ya mapenzi kuna vile unafaidika kihela. So licha ya kuwa kuna utepetevu wa serikali na kuweka usalama, pia tunapaswa kupunguza ama kudhibiti hii uroho, okay? Hii tamaa ya nikule peke yangu. I get into relationships that are questionable. I'm not accountable, and nobody's watching my back, and all of that gives advantage to this person who wants what? To harm you because alikukuta kwa street, ajui mtu yeyote wa familia yako, hujamjulisha kwa mtu yeyote wa familia yako, ajui marafiki yako, and then he has you as as just a picked somebody from the street. So because of that lack of chain of command, it becomes very easy for this person to take advantage of you and destroy your life. It is important that we keep those traditional lines of defense that we have always had. I remember my cousins. In our family, we were not privileged to have more sisters. We were born 11 of us, and 8 of us are boys. So, and the firstborn was our sister, who is now almost our second mother, because she was involved in raising all of us. And so so we didn't have many sisters, but we have cousins. And even as much as our cousins, maybe they are at the university, Jomo Kenyatta, University of Nairobi, if they got into a relationship, they'll call and say, kuna mtu ananichumbia na wewe ndio uko hapa, nataka umuone ndio asinicheze. So you don't get into a relationship, then it becomes your secret, and you keep meeting this strange person, especially when the person is a foreigner. Okay, you don't know him from anywhere. Wewe unaanza kwa anakupeleka sijui wapi, and in the process ujui is luring you so that he puts you in danger. Please tuache hii story ya kutembea kama wajinga na kuhusika katika masuala ambayo hayaeleweki. It is good always to have somebody watching over you. It's important, and make this person you have made know that so and so knows.
Bernard,
Yes.
to make the matter worse, hii mambo ya PMBs, nasikia kama hoteli ilikuwa afadhali Bernard, because watu wengi wanaona nani ameingia, na nani ataingia. Hii watoto yetu wengi wameuawa Penat, ni mambo ya hii mambo inaitwa PMBs, wanaenda wanapelekwa huko, wananyongewa huko.
Yeah, kweli kabisa. That's why
na Bernard, nataka kuwasha moto na wewe. Kuna moto nataka kuwasha na wewe. Na it's burning. Mama Mary, ukipata please nipatie chance cause niko nje. Kama unaweza niwashe moto hapa leo, nataka hapa nawasha moto na izimwi.
Sasa unawasha moto kama imebaki dakika 12. Unataka kuwasha moto aina gani hiyo? Now, but let me just finish my sentence. I was saying it is important to let somebody know that somebody knows that you are meeting. That is one of the precautions. Lakini wewe unabebwa kijinga unaenda kwa sababu unafikiria ukiambia mtu atasema umgawie hela ama umgawie vipawa ambavyo umepewa katika hiyo date. In the process unataka kula peke yako, unakufa peke yako. It's good to be accountable, it's good to notify people. Hata ukienda kwa hiyo BNB ijulikane mko BNB ya wapi. Siku hizi kuna GPRS na hiyo masuala yote, let it be known. Hata uko Thika ama uko wherever Kawangware ama wapi. Sio wewe kuzurura usiku yote, mnazurura na watu ambao ni foreigners. Kuna mtu anajua kwa sababu unaweka siri. Katika hiyo kuweka siri, basi you disappear. Yes, Mama Mary, umepeana nafasi ya kuwasha moto.
Aendelee.
Haya.
Sasa wacha niwashe moto. Unajua hii kitu ilikuja na hiyo yenye mnasema, sio nataka kuwashia moto. Unajua hii kitu ilikuja na sponsors. Wasichana wakaanza kusema wako na sponsor, wanataka sijui nini, and this thing started happening a long time ago. When I was in campus in Egerton University, ndio sponsor ilianza kukuja. So hii kitu yote I don't like talking about it because it's a taboo, lakini haijaletwa na wanaume, imeletwa na wanawake. Okay? Na wapende wasipende, nimekuambia leo nitawasha moto, niko na moto aina mbili. Wenyewe ndio wamejiashia moto. Wenyewe ndio wana hata mavazi. Unakumbuka my dress my choice. So anyways, wacha nifungie hapo kabla nikulu, sitaki kukulwa mapema. Now, wacha niwashe ile moto nilikuwa nimekuambia naasha na wewe. Bernard, there's something that people have been talking, na nimekuwa nikinyamazia na pia mimi nikaifuata na nikaangalia. Bernard, the biggest problem that we are having in our country constitutionally and even hizi vitu zote unasikia tazwi watu hafai governorship yote Bernard, in that seat that you sit, my friend and my very good friend, you know me very well, I am telling you, hata mnaweza kuwa mkilaumu the wrong person. The right person kulaumiwa Bernard, and I'm telling you, najua utakasirika lakini pole baba, naomba msamaha kabla niseme. The right person kulaumu hii kitu yote ni mtu mmoja anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga. We were in the right track, lakini kwa sababu ya heshima yake we backed off. And whether you like it or not Bernard, hata mimi nimekuwa nikimtetea nikisema yeye hajafanya chochote, hayuko kwa government, hajafanya nini. When I saw Kaluma akitetea, that's the time I knew when walikuwa akisema baba ndio ameleta shida, they were right. And I went back to look at myself and look at where we were, the Gen Z moment. Where kwanza sasa hiyo video umecheza kwanza umeniharibu kabisa, because the reason we were in the streets was kukata hiyo bill. But now that Baba is there, they can do whatever they want to do. Then now that the people who are Baba's people are there wakitetea, they can still bring that bill. Na imeletwa, but you know why? Because you'll find even the followers of Baba, wengine hata kutoka Kisumu wanasema siku hizi tuko kwa government na vitu kama hizo. Is it good for our nation? Hell no. And so Bernard, it has come to a point in our country that we refuse these politicians, all of them, including that Baba. And we move on with ourselves. And in fact, tuanze kuwasalimia tena. Hawa wenye wanadhani sijui wako wapi, we need to salimia them and we need to do whatever we need to do. The police, tutapigana nao, tunajua kucheza mawe kwa bunduki. Listen, Bernard, it has come to a point where Baba have realized ni ukweli. Baba ndo alizima hii kitu yote na ilikuwa inaenda kuisha. So Bernard, I know unateteaga, hata mimi nilikuwa namtetea, but mimi nime-exit. I'm not teteaing Baba, niko njiani nikiwa naelekea kwenye naelekea. Na sitaki kusikia kelele. Baba ametusaliti na yeye ni msaliti, whether upende usipende. Nilikwambia nitawasha moto, najua saizi utanipiga saizi, lakini ni sawa. Baba ametusaliti na yeye ndo aliharibu kitu yote venye ilikuwa inaenda. Kama si Baba kuingiana na Ruto, na kuambia ingeenda kagenuka kanuke na kila kitu. I'm telling you, Ruto angekuwa sugoi leo. Baba ndo ameharibu kitu yote, and how I wish he doesn't even get that. Hiyo ya sijui anajiita sijui what. I hope he doesn't get it. Bernard, nimehama. I quit.
There's no problem. And
Pena tafadhali. Mato,
Yes, mama.
Nimesikia maneno yako. Nimesikia vile unaongea. Baba ni sasa ile kitu imenishinda. Baba ni mtu moja ama Baba ni watu? Ya pili, Baba wakati aliondoka, tuko na watu wamepaki, tuko na Kalonzo, tuko na anaitwa nani hii ya Pungoma, tuko na watu wengi kina Kioni. Hao watu hawezi fanya kitu. Na nimesikia kitu moja tu, sitaki kuargue na wewe. Umesema unasikia Wajaluo wanasema tuko serikali. Nataka nikuulize, kulikuwa mahali inasemekana Wajaluo wasiingie serikali? Kwa nini tusiseme dunia ingine? Why Luos? Na kwa nini Baba? Baba amesimama mara 5. Tumemnyima kura mara 5. Baba amejaribu na tuliona services yake haifai. Kumbuka siku moja nilikwambia, nilisema kwa hii channel. Nikasema 207 na Ruto alisema iwe kwa mbaya ama kwa usuri. Akasema yeye alifanya Baba na chama yake na watu yake akakuwa prime minister. Ruto alienda Kisumu akasema anataka watu wamrudishie mkono. Sasa nataka kukuuliza hivi Mato. Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa president, alifanya kazi na Baba. Nani aliandova silaha the sword kwa Ruto? Ni Baba ama Ruto? So hii mambo tunalaumu Baba, ni ukweli tumlaumu, lakini pia yeye ni binadamu. Na ukikosea mtu penalty, nasema makosa ni mara moja. Ikifika mara 5, kuna siku nikasikia mtu anasema Baba ana revenge. na ukweli yeye ni binadamu. Nataka na umesema unaomba hata asipate hiyo ya OAU, but Raila is still Raila, na watu yake constituency yake wanamfuata, hata wataki kujua. Lakini kwa maoni yangu ya uchinga, wakati Ruto amepromise baba wanamsupport kwa kiti ya OAU, wachamusaliti, wachamudanganya, kama vile Uhuru alikaa na yeye na ule Njeru tulikuwa tunaambiwa ni IT, ule minister ya IT alichua kila kitu ikiharibika, watu yote walikaa Bomas na wakawacha kiti ikaenda. Mtu alichapwa ni Olekina na watu wengine yote walifurahi. Sahi Gachagua mwenye alikuwa nafunga nje analia. So saa zingine Mato, baba ni binadamu. Ile uchungu Raila amekuwa akisikia na watu yake, wacha sasa wa Kenya pia tujaribu kusikia hiyo uchungu, ndiye next time tukue na akili. Ukisema tungekuwa tumetoa Ruto, baba aliwaambia mkitoa Ruto what next? Ni Gachagua. Sasa hivi vile mumefaulu kutoa Gachagua,
ndio hapo mami nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, si tushatoa Gachagua, sasa si Ruto akanyage kubwa kubwa?
Ndio nauliza hiyo kukanyaka kubwa kubwa pia amutaweza, kwa sababu makosa ni nini? Watu unajua, wacha nikwambie, unaona vile hiyo malawyers ya Gachagua walipinga hiyo bench hiyo 3 walikuwa wamewekwa kusikiza kesi. Ndio sisi vile tuna treat baba na watu yake. Wakati ya CNC ukisikia ile vijana walikuwa naongea pale ndani, wale walikuwa naongea ukweli ya Mungu, walikuwa ni Wajaluo wengi, pamoja na kina Cosmos, sijui mnaita nini, hawa yote. Unajua Bernard, wakati kweli wali notice, na kwa hii mambo ya CNC kuna watu walikuwa natumia hiyo vijana kulipa, si hawa wangefaulu. Kuna watu walikuwa nyuma yao. Na sasa kwa sababu Raila hayuko politics, aongei. Kaluma ni nani? Kaluma ni mtu mmoja mdogo. Kwa nini usikie mambo ya Kaluma na uone kabisa ni baba amesema? Na wamesema wajaficha, wameambia Ruto kama
mami nikuulize swali na kwa heshima
kidogo tu namaliza. Wamemwambia Ruto, wewe ulikuwa Pentagon. Watu wakikusumbua kuja nyumbani, tusukume wheelbarrow tuendelee pamoja. Sasa ile kitu tungefanya ni moja, mungeombea huyo baba aenda afaulu mahali ameenda, at least afurahi roho yake na akumbuke Kenya. Lakini sasa mnasema asifaulu, anasikia na atapata. Unafikiri Ruto ni mchinga? Atafanya juu chini ya use Kenya, amekishua Raila amekuwa hiyo OAU chairman, ndiye at least 2027 arudi kwa watu ya baba kusema did I deliver or not. Hapo tu.
Bernard, a right of reply, please.
Very briefly, because I have what to tell you, 1, 2.
Okay, I know, najua nilikuchokoza, sorry. Na najua nimechokoza nyuki. But, mami, you see the one thing that happen is that, kwanza, wacha nianzie tu haraka nimeambiwa 1 minute. Unaona kama kitu ya Adani, first of all, inaonekana, tulisema itaenda mahali. But what has happened with the Adani deal is that we are still paying collateral damage. We are still going to pay. And that was the deal. And that was actually the whole deal. And that deal was done by Ruto because Ruto is Adani. Now, when you have Baba now supporting Ruto, is the things that I started looking at myself and my political life and my analysis. And I realized that Baba is the problem, is not even Ruto. Because when Ruto was going through the problems, he went to Baba. when Uhuru was going some problems, he went to Baba. And now it has come to a point, the point that we used to tell Baba, and you remember that little girl that talked to Baba and said on TV, and we play it here in this channel, that said, Baba, kaa nyumbani, we got you. Tuko na wewe. Usijali, tutakuita when that time comes. Remember, even when Baba came back after elections, after kuibiwa elections, and I believe aliibiwa elections, he actually alipelekwa Jivanji and akaekwa akae kwa kiti na akaambiwa kila kitu. That's how the first maandamano started. Now, when we keep on becoming the proverbial ostrich of kufunika kujificha kichwa chini ya nini sand, and we don't want to agree that Baba has killed everything because people believe in. I believe it's wrong. And I've started believing it wrong. Mom, I respect you so much. We've been here for a long, long time. All of you guys know me, and I believe you guys. I mean, it's wrong. He should have just kept quiet. Now, let me finish, brother. You see, when Uhuru knew this thing was done, he kept quiet. Baba should have kept quiet. Baba should have left the young guys just do what they were doing. And today, the government has the power, or Ruto has the power, because he knows no one, hawatakuja watu wa kung'oa reli, hawatang'oa na nini and all that. So it demoralizes people. And that's exactly what has happened. And for the longest time, I've been here trying to defend Baba, and I am not defending Baba anymore. I am telling you, he's the reason it's not Ruto. He's the reason the country is not moving forward. He's the reason the finance bill is back. I mean, in its ways, venye tu wameitwist. Wataitwist na watatwist kila kitu. Itarudi. Itaingizwa. Because Baba demoralized people. And Bernard, I know nimekuchapa na najua nimeguza kidogo.
But don't do that. Don't say that. What I'm saying is, listen carefully. I want us to debate freely and not try to make this thing personal, first and foremost. Okay? You have said Kenyatta was going through problem. He went to Baba. Ruto was going through problem. He went to Baba. And therefore, Baba is the problem. Even in English, just ordinary English, that statement cannot be qualified.
Nilikuwa nasema ni Moi alienda kwa Baba, Kibaki alienda kwa Baba, Uhuru ameenda kwa Baba, Ruto ameenda kwa Baba. Poor Preston Spena, hiyo tu sitaki kuongea.
Okay, thank you. And now if Mato, you're having a problem.
Na kwa hiyo shida yote bado tuko na shida.
I'm asking, you have a problem, you come to me for a solution. Mama has a problem, she comes to me for a solution. Julia has a problem, he comes to me for a solution. Okay? How do I become a problem? Is it in availing myself to listen to your case or advising you? How do I become a problem? Is it because I allowed myself to be listened to listen to you, or just qualify that for me?
Who's the denominator?
It's not a denominator. You came to me for a problem, just like your predecessors also had a problem and came to me. You are coming all to me because I should have a solution. How does that make me a problem?
Bernard, you are a very educated person. Who's the common denominator?
You're not listening or responding to my question. If everybody that had a problem came to me and got a solution, do I become a problem or the people looking for a solution on me? That's number one. Number two.
Okay. I'll answer you directly. if there was a solution, why are we in this mess? If he gave all the solutions that you're asking all these presidents went for him, why is it that now we are in a problem?
Yeah, you people, how old is Raila Odinga, Mato?
I don't know. He has 78 or 82 or something.
So how long do you think you can hold him to stay alive?
Probably 10 more years, at least.
Can you make him stay 10 more years or 20 more years? You as Mato?
I'm not God. Only God gives life.
And now, how long has Raila been in the struggle?
For a very long time.
From his youth?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And according to you, he has not been in the struggle. He has been the problem. So getting rid...
I think
No.
I'm not saying he's... Okay.
Getting rid of him, getting rid of him is a solution to Kenya, isn't it?
I didn't say that. Don't put your words into my mouth.
Then you don't know what you're asking for. Okay, let's do this. Whatever that is happening is the architect of the Kenyan people by the government they put in office. Raila was seeking to be in office so that he runs his government on his principles, and understanding him, he would follow the constitution. You brought in a government that does not regard the constitution, doesn't want to follow the constitution. If you tell me that you swore in Ruto because you believed, that Baba from being outside the government will do what? Will help keep Ruto from misusing Kenyans, then tell me the part of the constitution that says, let's swear in the thief, and thereafter we'll hire somebody's dog to be watching over our own thief that we have given the keys for the safe, the keys for the military, the keys for the police, but we need this old dog here to stay on the street, be rained on.
I can easily tell you that. Chapter 1 of our constitution.
Yes, it says that. Raila Odinga, I want where there is a name Raila Odinga.
The sovereignty of everybody, sovereignty of Kenya belongs to the Kenyans, not Baba, not Ruto, but Baba was fighting for that at that time. But now he left that, and when the Kenyans, when the Kenyans decided to do it, he went again and sabotaged that sovereignty.
How did he do that?
By coming in with his, he knows what, he knows how, how much he has, how many people follow him, including you and me, and he followed it and went and messed up the whole thing. Okay,
he did not mess
up the chapter 1 of the constitution.
He did his part, you do yours. That's what we're saying. If you people can go and displace one man called Raila Odinga in his political decision, please do it as early as tomorrow morning. Why are we dragging? This thing happened how many months ago?
And we will. We are not even threatening. We are promising. We will.
No. I'm saying how many months ago? Why are we still bemoaning it? It's not going even to be taken back in terms of the Raila move after the Gen Z revolution has already taken place. It is already a done, dusted thing. So bemoaning it 3 months later and explaining why this man is this, oh, we thought is this, we thought is that.
Even Idi Amin left after how many years?
You are
even Idi Amin alitoka siku ngapi na Kenyatta ama Moi?
That's exactly
24
what
years.
I'm telling you. Muache kusumbua mzee. Ninyi ndio vijana, roll your sleeves. Go and run Ruto out of town. If Raila cannot allow you people to run Ruto out of town, run both of them out of town because you are the young people. But the issue of you capitalizing on blaming an old man who you drove to Bondo, while he's in Bondo, he's still troubling you. What do you want? Especially, I have no tolerance for young people who are capitalizing on running down an old man when it is your turn to roll your sleeves and do what you're supposed to do. Instead, you are doing blame game. And you want to do it on online show like this. I am not in any way agreeing with every decision that Raila makes, but I still believe he used his youth to defend this country. He has played his role. It is now our turn to use our own strength to do what is remaining to be done. But sitting here to blame an old man because he made a move that you did not like, it is indicting ourselves as young people, and it shows how backward we are in terms of not thinking
But Bernard,
progressively.
do not blame Ruto without blaming Raila. Do not blame
You can't
Ruto without
blame
blaming
somebody for
Raila.
what you want to solve. Every serious leader rolls their sleeve to do what they are supposed to do. They don't sit around to blame who did what, who did not do what. The reason you people want to discuss Raila here is because it's a good excuse. It gives you comfort. It soothes your so-called conscience because you have rained insult on an old man. To me, that is backward. That is unacceptable. What is needed is young people who think ahead, that they are able to solve what
Bernard, why
Raila
didn't he keep quiet like Ruto, Uhuru? Uhuru has been quiet. Who has attacked Uhuru? Why didn't he keep quiet?
Can I please say something?
Uhuru is a former president. Raila is not.
Raila amewahi kuwa president.
Now let's do this.
Kuwa yeye.
Let's move forward. Order, all of you. Thank you. Let's put that to rest. The people who have not spoken will speak on it briefly. Like I said, we are out of time. It's time for Rasvik, and then there we'll have Ashley. But before that, let's listen to this shortly.
And as I look around the whole world where Kenyans have migrated to, we have enormous supply of qualified manpower and women power all over the world. And we hope that they'll come back and that they'll join us in building that new Kenya. So as we think of that new Kenya, please let us make a decision today that history shall be written by historians, and that we don't spend a lot of valuable time wasting time arguing about who did what or who should have done what and did not do. Let us focus on things which require doing.
Rasvik, over to you.
Asante sana Bernard, habari ya mawasiliana, Mkenya mkora na Ashley na kila mtu yuko kwa studio. Yeah, mine is just to add on this Raila blame. I think we need to be extra careful when blaming Raila, because whenever it starts, we normally drag Luos into this for no good reason. Earlier this week, or maybe over the weekend, there was somebody who was contributing that Raila supporters are now quiet on Gachagua. Who in his sensible mind can go to the street to demonstrate that, Gachagua pewe haki yake? That guy is a thief. He's been stealing from Kenyans for a long time. So it will be sanity to go to the street for haki ya Gachagua. And, with all honesty, if Baba was being impeached, streets zingejaa kwa sababu ya yale mema ameshatenda. And today's topic, I think, was about our girls. Our girls, dying miserably like what has been going on. Sio shida ya baba. It's a failed government. Hii ndio ile kazi Ruto aliwaambia ya computer. That's the root cause of all this, with all honesty. What is happening right now, so many young women, especially wale wame drop out of high school, ama wale wana struggle kulipa college, are being recruited into online entertainment. And it's at a very, very high rate. And during this process is whereby they meet so many strangers from all over the world. Alafu, there are so many bad guys on the internet that they stick online not for good reason but for bad reason. You know, online ni kama barabara. Barabara iko na mwenda wazimu, iko na mhalifu, na iko na kila mtu. And not everybody online has good intention. You know, there are some who just go there for entertainment, but some, they go online to find somebody to kill. And maybe they use the parts for other reasons, or maybe they want to do whatever they want with you, then kill you after that. But all this is because of the government that we chose. We chose a government that most of the leadership in that government have been part of human trafficking. Wamekuwa wakipeleka watoto wetu Saudi Arabia, but now they are legalizing it so that we can see it as if ni kitu mzuri, wanatutafutia kazi. But ukiangalia vizuri, ukianalyze hizo kazi wanatutafutia ama wanatafutia watoto wetu, sio kazi mzuri. It's just a modern way to sanitize human trafficking. And hizi kazi za computer, atifinya computer inatoa dollar, inatoa tokens. That's what is attracting our young women as a bait. Then they end up meeting these wrong people, and these wrong people end up killing them. So we can't blame those who are not in government for doing this, yet we are the people who chose this government ya kanisa na inafanyia watoto wetu maovu. So, you know, we need to just call a spade and pray hard for things to change soon. Otherwise, it's just going to get worse every day. And, you know, let's not lose our focus. Our focus is just that we chose a wrong government. So we need to put our efforts on blaming this wrong government for not prioritizing on creating jobs. The best way to improve a nation is to create jobs. Create jobs that are so overwhelming for Kenyans to do, so that we can also get laborers from outside to come and improve our economy, to come work in our country so that they can pay taxes to improve our roads, to improve our stadiums, to improve our infrastructure, so that Wakenya pia wanaweza safiri kwa dunia kwa nchi zingine kama watalii. So that should be priority number one. There are so many investors worldwide wanataka kufanya biashara, but what Ruto is doing, yeye ni Adani. He wants to be the owner of everything. So even real investors are even afraid of coming to do business in that kind of environment, because just showing interest and the process of registering your company and just the process, utaoshwa kwanza before ushike mita vizuri Kenya, utagongwa. You know, just go try to register a company in Kenya. They make it like a big deal, as if they're doing you a favor. Yet you're trying to establish yourself so that you create opportunities for others. Until we have a system that functions, whereby if you want to start a business, you just go pay the legal fees. They give you your certification that you can go open your own establishment and do business. Then we still have a long way to go. Over to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. That is the case in our country that we need to address as a people. And it's our accepting of responsibility that really makes us leaders. But when we look for who to blame, we denounce our positions as leaders. And in my opinion, we run into being part of that problem. Ashley, how are you?
Hi, Bernard. I'm doing good. I hope everybody else is doing good. I was listening to you and I heard you guys talk about Raila and trying to say who is it to blame. And I wanted to give my input. I haven't followed him much, so I may have started following him in 2017, 18, and now. So I'll only be able to stick on that. I do know, however, that he was very instrumental in the earlier years with other people. Akina, what's his name? The guy in court right now. And Mother Karua, Paul Mwigi, somebody. Anyway, so this is what I know you are talking about Raila, but I don't think people are blaming Raila the person, more like Raila the institution, not Raila the old man, the grandfather. I don't think it's him as a person, but Raila himself is an institution. And why these different governments are looking for him, he's just one person. He can't do much, but he commands a lot of power because of the people that believe in him. So what these governments are calling him for is not to help them with his ideas. They are calling for reinforcement. And that reinforcement is what he's providing to these different governments. So that's why when he goes to the government, he doesn't solve that problem. He reinforces them so they are able to do whatever they are doing already with his reinforcement. So they are stronger in doing whatever they are doing, enforcing what they are enforcing. And I think even the 7-year term limit, I think they thought that he would be in on it. Because he was in on it, or he is going to agree to be in on it, it is possible that it will go through. So that's what I wanted to say. But I sat down the other day, I was looking, Paul Mwite, I was forgetting his name, it's Paul Mwite, and Itobu in Manyara, I don't know that he's still alive. And I was thinking, these people are people you know for a long time. And I'm like, okay, he's in government now. Maybe not a very good move, but I do know there are some countries when someone is like older in age, and they get into you can actually get in trouble for taking advantage of them, because there are people when they get older in age, it's easy to deceive them. It's easy for them to get into some, especially financial situations that they would not ordinarily get at an earlier age. So I don't know whether it's an age thing where he's able to be easily made to think that he's doing a good thing because he's not doing good. Whatever he's doing is not good, but he's in it. That's not deniable. So like there are some countries like in the US, if you get into like they steal from old people, and if you get caught stealing from, not really stealing, it's making an unfavorable financial deal with an older person, you can actually get in trouble. So I think that could be one of the, I don't know what the reason is, but I was thinking the other day, why can't someone like Paul Mwite is on this other side and Raila is on this other side, but these people know each other very well. What is so hard about these older people who worked together as nationalists for a cause? What is so hard of them calling each other and reminding themselves? Because I don't believe that fire ever goes. Where even when he does this, I know in the back of his mind, he knows it's wrong. And maybe he would want to do right. Like most of the people are dead now. Maybe the people who they used to encourage one another with, there are people who perform better in a group setting, and by themselves they can, but they need the encouragement, which they may not have now. So I was like, why can't these older, like Paul Mwite, Mother Karua, all those people who used to fight then, come together and see what can we do to help realize our dream now? Because I feel like if they teamed up together, they can realize what it is they were fighting for when they were younger, because they can still fight anyway. If they do not want to do that, what we need to do is what Morala Kibasa is doing, which is the civic education, because Sometimes we support leaders, but if you ask somebody, why are you supporting that person? It is not because of anything that they can do for you, but any leader in power, we should support because there is something they can do for us. Like in the US, you see most of the people supporting Trump is because there's something that they know and he did that when he was in power. He can do this because it's easy to say you can do something. It's another thing to actually do it, and we've seen it with Ruto. And we will not go much into that. I hope I'm not just rambling. So the last thing, I think I've talked about everything that I wanted to say, but Bernard, I don't think people are fighting Raila the man because there's nothing unlovable about him. He doesn't talk ill, he doesn't talk dirty, but I think it is the institution and what he is just a weak old man, but with a lot of power because of the people that are behind him, which are a lot. If something happened to him today, if he was the one who was Boniface Mwangi behind bars, people would just bring themselves. You won't tell people to come. That is the power that these leaders are looking for in him. My plea to him, if he ever maybe listens to this channel, is to sit down and try and use that opportunity. If not, like now, right now, he can actually make things happen, even put himself there. There's always an opportunity for that time. So I wish when he gets that close to power, I know people are saying that he was not elected. I'm not asking him to go to the street. People should take themselves to the street. We should reorganize and take ourselves to the street. We should not just depend on only one person. Someone else may come up. But I do pray. I saw another association which scared me because the last thing we want is gangsters, gang organizations. And you know, when there's political unrest, and then we have those gang organizations, it will be very, very hard to get them out. So I hope we don't get to where we give the atmosphere of the room for gangs to form, because then we are getting into even worse situation than we currently are in. So let us watch, let us pray that someone else comes up and leads us together. And let us remember, most of us are in the same predicament, really. So let's not fight. Let us find a solution that works for us so that we can grow, because it doesn't benefit me if my region gets goodies and yours doesn't, because in whole, the country is not growing. So if your area is growing, my area is growing, our country grows. And as our country grows, the glory comes to Kenya, which is me and you. So it is stupid for any leader who thinks that taking development to one part of the country and removing it from another is any benefit to Kenya as a whole. So let us keep that in mind, even as we debate, as how can we make Kenya work for all of us? Thank you.
So thank you, Ashley. Good points indeed. And Rasvik, you said you have something to say.
Just real quick. Actually, I liked when you mentioned folks like Muite, Itobu, Martha Karua. You know, they meant well for their people and they meant well for Kenyans. And I agree with you. It could be a very good thing if, you know, at one point they could have come together and agree to, you know, push Kenya ahead. You know, we could be far by now. You know, with all honesty, the problem was when it was coming to the flag bearer, hapo ndio ilikuwa inaleta shida. The moment when they were supposed to choose a flag bearer, then hell was breaking loose. But to my surprise, there was a time Martha Karua that now everybody, you know, is praising her. When she offered herself to be a governor for Kirinyaga, the people of Kirinyaga rejected her to a lady who had been implicated with NYS scandals to be the governor. So I asked my Kirinyaga friends, like, nyinyi vichwa yenu ni mzuri kweli, mna expect Kirinyaga ikwe binguni after kuchagua mwizi. So this mentality of choosing thieves and expecting manna to come from heaven, that is the problem that we have. We need to choose the right leadership. We know that Baba has a big command. The reason why those people believe in Gov't is because, Baba is a sure bet to them. The leadership that the rest of the country offers Kenyans are questionable. So let us choose the right leadership in case we need our country to go forward. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Rasvik. We appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, I salute everyone for being part and parcel of this great conversation. I want us to begin to land time bad, but before that is brought into effect, I have advice to us young leaders. We will not rise up to leadership as long as we are keen on running down people that have gone ahead of us. We don't do that in church, and we don't do that at family level. I don't see why it should work in our politics. If there is anything to go by, everyone who wants to be Raila can step in and be Raila. What we are simply saying is chart your way forward as an individual. Get your own niche, perfect it, let it be a solution to the Kenyan problem. The aspect of everybody running and being itchy because there is somebody who is running down Raila Odinga, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. If the Gen Z revolution depended on Raila Odinga and his investment, then that should have been made clear. I didn't know that the greatest shareholder, that term is back again, the greatest shareholder in the Gen Z movement was Raila Odinga. To me, I didn't know that, okay, until you people brought it up. Mzee aliambiwa akae nyumbani, okay, asitoke. Inamaanisha tumejipanga, tutafanya vile tumepanga na tunaendelea kufanya vile tumepanga. Sasa kumbe ilikuwa tena tunategemea constituency ya mzee katika hii mission na tukusema. So mlikuwa mnataka kuiba constituency ya mzee bila mzee kujua? Mimi siwaelewi. Cha muhimu hapa, Raila can make blunders, yes. He has made blunders, yes. He has lost several opportunities, just like everyone else. But in the current situation of the government and the running of the government, Raila has very little stake when it comes to the direction of the country and how the governance is being done. If you people want to ignore Ruto and defend Ruto and blame Raila for everything going wrong, because it is easy to blame Raila, so be it. Go ahead and blame as much as you want. But at the end of the day, Raila is on his way out. It is you who is going to be here longer and suffer under what you are allowing and excusing.
Bernard, we will blame Raila for everything, the Gen Z movement, everything.
I repeat again, we put the blame at the door of the person who is responsible for the country. Raila Odinga is not the president. He is not the commander-in-chief. He does not have even command to the police, to the army, or to the cabinet. Stop looking for who to land to because it is easy to insult Raila. Go and deal with Ruto. Ruto is your problem. Ruto is the head of everything. That's why he wants to run health, he wants to run agriculture, he wants to run the airport, he wants to run everything. You rush around looking for the easy landing place to throw your punches on Raila Odinga. It's a waste of time. At the end of the day, Raila will be asleep in his home and, of course, taking his rest. While you are cultivating a problem you're going to live with for the rest of your life. It is that simple. So kama mnataka kumaliza muda wenu mkipigana na mzee ambaye amemaliza kazi yake, ninyi kwa sababu hamtaki kuanza yenu, I don't know, it doesn't add up.
Bernard, can I come in? I want to go bring my granddaughter. Bernard, nataka enda chukua my granddaughter. Can I come in for a minute?
Please do so. We are even closing.
Thank you, Bernard. Nashukuru Bernard, nasikia tumeambiwa Itofu Imanyara, tumeambiwa Paul Muite. Nasikia kumbe batu wako hai. Is Paul Muite a member of parliament? No. Is Itofu Imanyara a member of parliament? No. Martha Karua? No. So, wakati na nimeshukuru sana my sister amesema Raila is a constitution, ako na followers, ako na constituency yake. Na nashukuru wale wafuasi wa baba. Hata tukipika kelele mara 100, they are still intact. Walikuwa Mombasa na ako intact. And again, papa ameretire Bernard. Mtu sasa tunaona kwa ODM ni mtu anaitwa Nyang'nyong. Kuna Raila amepeana kiti. Ametengeneza vijana yake. Ametengeneza nyumba yake Bernard. Simba Arati, gavana ya Mombasa, Atsosi, watu kama Sufuna. He has a strong team. Unajua inasemekana Bernard, Muse anatengeneza boma yake akitaka kuretire. Now we are shouting Raila. OTM inaendelea kwa sababu yeye ni elder. Au vijana Raila amechakua Bernard, wanaenda hapo consultation kuuliza baba, how do we go? How do we go? Mato, Kalonzo amechisema yeye ni leader ya Azimio, pamoja na Wamalwa na the group. Why are you not, na sahi as we are talking Bernard, Kalonzo ako na Gachagua, na Gachagua ako na team kubwa sana. Why can't they two team up na wakuje sasa wafanye ile kitu Raila angefanya? And again, it is good to laumu Raila a lot. Bernard is not a Luo, Mama Selina is not a Luo, but we are saying fact. We are saying fact. Tunaona huruma, watu wanapika mawe mahali ya istahili. But again, I want to thank the children of Raila. The constituency, the 6 million ile ako nayo, wako solid Bernard. Hata ukisikia hii wanasema wametoka, ni wale walikuwa kwa Raila opportunity. Hawakukuwa na Raila ya ukweli, lakini the real Railas, they're still there in 100 years. Hata Raila leo. And then you are telling us, Mato, ati hata Moi alienda, ati hata Kibaki, sijui nani alienda. So what? You want Raila to go? He will go on his time, kwa sababu Mungu anatupatia siku Bernard. Hata watoto wadogo wanaenda wanawacha wase. So kama uchungu ya kushindwa kutoa Ruto ni Raila aende, Kachwang alikuwa mtu ya ODM, inasema nini? Batu mapambano. They still remember him. They still talk mapambano. Even the time Raila will go, because he will go in his own time, wakati Mungu ametaka. You cannot penetrate nyumba yake, you cannot destroy. Sasa Matakarua, munaita chamba saa ile muko na shida. Bernard wakishika kiti, hawataki kumpatia. Walitupa Imanyara na ni kiongozi yao, hawataki kujua. Walitupa Paul Muite, kasi yake ni kurandaranda kotini. And he's a great son of wherever, angekuwa analite team wanaenda chakua kina kichungu ama inaitwa nini. Thank you Penat, and God bless you, bless everybody, continue playing Raila and God is going to protect Raila. Inasemekana dunia ikikudharau, pingu alikuumba inakusikiza. Thank you.
Mami, nakuja kabla Bernard aende, nakuja tuendelee na hii conversation. Nishafika nyumbani.
Siwezi endelea conference ya Raila. I will do something else ya kutini vitu ya maana yenye iko ya baba. I cannot. Thank you.
Order, please, everyone. Thank you. I can see some of us here are too programmed in their thinking that they are justified in whatever they are saying. I still remind us as young leaders, upcoming leaders in this country, will not go far apportioning blame. We will only go far by taking responsibility. I played that clip by Kibaki. When Kibaki came into office, everything was bad. The economy was bad. The education was bad. The healthcare was bad. And he focused on solving the problem. And what made him run fast in solving the problem was his refusal to blame his predecessor. Unlike William Ruto has spent the first year in office blaming Uhuru Kenyatta. You see what has become of him. Okay? How is he performing? He's still looking for who to blame. Yesterday, he was blaming fake news and propaganda. That means the moment you choose to blame, you are losing the energy you need to invest in providing leadership. I can see some of you don't have very kind words from what I am saying and what we are saying here. You are entitled to your opinion. But I want to see you 3 years down the road and what you have accomplished in you being, there is one here who's volunteering to be the corrector of Raila Odinga and the teacher of Raila Odinga, they want to tell Raila Odinga the truth. You need Raila Odinga's phone number or email so that you can take that truth to him. Must you propagate that truth from here? That's another question I will want an answer to. What I'm saying is, kama sababu ya kufanya show ni kumdharau na kumdhalalisha Raila Odinga, hiyo show isifanyike. Ukweli wa mambo usemwe. Nchi hii iko pabaya kwa sababu ya uongozi mbaya. Uongozi mbaya umechangiwa na mambo mengi ambayo yamefanya nini? Yamefanya uovu kuwa ndio chanzo cha uongozi. Mtu akiwa kwa shida akimbilie kwa jirani, huwezi kulaumu jirani. Tafuta yule alikuwa anamkimbiza, fuata ni kipi kinamfukuza, alafu msaidie tua. Kwangu mimi, kama mnataka kuendelea kama vijana na mkue after 50 years, I'm talking about after 50 years, ukue utakumbukwa hapa Kenya kama vile Raila Odinga atakumbukwa miaka mingi tu baada ya kuondoka. Itabidi you roll your sleeve, tuache hii mchemko wa kuchemka na kupayuka katika kulaumu mtu ambaye astahili kulaumiwa. Anapaswa kufanya nini? Kushukuriwa. Roll your sleeves. Anaitwa nane Morara anafanya civic education. Wewe unafanya nini? Kuna KOT wa space kwa nini kwa X pia yeye ameanzisha nini shule yake ya nini ya civic education, na anaenda county after county, constituency after constituency akifanya civic education. Wewe unataka hapa upewe muda wa kusema nani Raila ni mbaya, Raila ni msaliti, Raila alifanya hii? Utachoka bure, yakimwagika hayazoleki. That means nenda ukakamue nyingine. Ukikaa hapa kulia yale yamemwagika, hautayapata tena. I don't know why it is difficult to see that and accept it. Instead, you want to convert people into joining your movement to hate the person because you hate the person. No, choose the hatred for yourself, choose the disdain for yourself, so that it will be required on you. Don't recruit people into what you know is wrong. Kwangu mimi nimeondoka. Nasema hivi, if you people want to solve the problems in Kenya, take responsibility. Chukua shule yako, anza kufundisha civic education. Hamasisha Wakenya. Wakenya waelewe ni kipi wanapaswa kufanya kujinasua kutoka kwa mambo haya. Lakini kama kazi itakuwa kulaumu huyu, kulaumu yule, kulaumu huyu, msaliti, nani nini, Yesu alisalitiwa na Yuda. Judas Iscariot. Mara ngapi umeona Yesu akisema nilisalitiwa? How many times did you read in the Gospels that Paulo akaenda Korinthi akasema kwa sababu ya Yuda Yesu alikufa. All the time, look at the years of the movement of the Christian faith. The blaming of Judas does not exist in the scripture. And now that's literal betrayal. But you, what are you wanting to do? Convert the whole thing into betrayal. Was betrayed. So what? Are you the first one to be betrayed? Must you now turn it into a song that you will always sing for everyone to dance? Achaneni na hiyo. Amkeni, jifunge vibwebwe, go and fight for your country. Free this country by practical steps. Practical steps, not yelling and making whatever noise over something you don't have control. Hata nikupatia Raila saa hii umchape. Utafanyaje? Okay, ukishamchapa, what will you do next? Will that remove Ruto? Will that stop Ruto from abducting you and stopping you? We are all in this mess and we should find a way out. Blaming one another will not help. So tuache mchezo. Bwana Harun, anaitwa nani? Harun, tafadhali tafuta nafasi ya kuenda kupeleka malilio yako kule unaona inaweza kufanyika. Kwangu mimi, you can do better by starting your class of civic education, by sponsoring your village to understand the importance of voting in right leaders and why right leadership is important to a better country. Lakini yenu mnaniitisha, haifai. So muda wangu umeyoyoma, mimi nang'atuka, lakini naomba tafadhali, let's be responsible young people, responsible young leaders.
Usitoke, wacha tutaongea, nakuja.
What do you mean? Me, I'm out of here.
No, wait, just give me a second. I just got something.
The American ambassador, Meg Whitman, ameenda pale IEBC anniversary.
But sincerely speaking, what kind of a country is this? Hii ni nchi ya sangapi? Nchi ambayo haina mpango, haina mwelekeo, hata hujui leo ni lini, hujui kesho ni lini, hujui what is going on, what we are expecting, where are we coming from, where are we going, what kind of a country is this? Now, tell me what kind of a country does not even have the plans for the education of the kids. Niambie ni nchi ya aina gani ambayo mnaenda hospitali, hata kuadmitiwa hospitali ama kukuta daktari hakuna. Niambie what kind of a country, in fact ni afadhali kuishi Somalia, unaondokea maguruneti na marisasi kuliko kuondokea wajinga na watu ambao wameshiba. Ni nchi ya aina gani sasa hii? Is this country really worth dying for? Is this country really worth kupigwa hata mawe kwa sababu ya kind of a country like this one? Hii ni nchi ambayo hata mtu anaifikiria unasikia sukari inapanda peke yake. Nchi ambayo haujui chakula, saa hii ni wakati wa kupanda, hakuna mbegu za kununua, unaenda kwa maduka, no seeds, no seedlings, hakuna mbegu, na ni wakati wa kupanda. Mvua inanyesha, lakini serikali na hiyo seed companies hazina mbegu. Honest, na mvua inaendelea. Niambie ni nchi gani ambayo surely hakuna kamati ya IEBC? Ni nchi gani? Na election ni every other time kwa sababu kifo inaweza fanyika any other time. Hakuna. Just tell Ninja, this is not a country that you can die for. This is not a country that you can sacrifice your kids for. This is not a country that you can sacrifice your life for. It is a funny country. It is a country you don't understand where it is coming from, where it is going, my friends. This is not a country hata ya kufikiria anybody. Hii ni country tu ya kutrust God. Sincerely speaking. Look at the country now. Now leo ni siku gani? Sijui deputy ni nani? Sijui kama deputy ni Kibiki, deputy president ni Rigathi, sijui deputy yani, what kind of a country is this? Ni nchi ya aina gani hii? What kind of a country is this? Yani watu hawastuki. The government is doing things like they are mad, like they are people. Wale watu maguruneti, wale watu wa mabomu. Munaonekanaga wapi? Where are you street? Where are you? Munakuwaga wapi? Where can I see? Munaonekanaga wapi surely? Mtu anaweza kuwapata wapi? Because we might have something for, we might have a job for you surely. Honest, what kind of a country is this? Ni nchi gani hii? Watu wa maredio, presenters, wale watu wanaleta kwa shows, ni matujokopai, ni cartoon, ni watu ambao ni nugu, yani watu stupid, watu ambao they don't have issues, they cannot discuss ideas, they cannot discuss anything constructive. Kazi yao ni uboki, ni udumakuwili, uburukenge, ushaitani. Yani kazi yao ni kujizolea tu masifa. What kind of a country is this? Where are we safe really? Are we safe? Are we better than Sudanese? Are we better than Somali people? Are we better than Haiti guys? Surely, what kind of a country is this? Hii nchi ya kukufia. Who can you talk about? Ugetetera unaweza tetea nani? Si MP, si women rep, si governor, si nani. Utetetea nani? Enda kwa CDF vile wanasema wanapatiana. Ukitaka cheki ya 10,000, wale washenzi mashaitani wanakuitisha 5,000 cash, uandikiwe cheki ya 10,000. What kind of a country is this? Unifururi wanako wa goma ona kava kwa goma iherero twegitagire mwaki. Honestly, twithemage mwaki handu hagwe thema andu mahana goma makiritwo ni shaitani. What kind of a country is this? Kari bururi wina katiba, bururi wina watho. What kind of a country is this? Buge werathi kuhagura Gachagua ri kwina andu mahurite rithathi andu makoraga, kwina andu mayite indo cia andu makegwotera, andu mohetwo miaka 40 bunge meko mesawa, ange makahura andu hi, ange makanyarira andu, ange magatunya andu indo na ni ambunge na meko ni maseneta meko mundu akahura rithathi mundu akoraga twiroreire na ari obunge na ni goroya makanwa iguru Gachagua tima. Honestly, what kind of a country is this? Where are we safe? Andu marutwo mitaro, ange marutwo rui, ange mora agimora ni bururi uri kuyo na mundu ucio ri niwe murenda atike deputy no mwega no wina hakiri mu bururi yo. Who has brains in this country? Who will save us? Who will save this country? Honestly, na wathi kwaria kaundu kiaria kaundu ni urumirwo agena ngoma inganje ciandu itari hakiri wira wone kwa ni keyboard warriors ni irumi jeng taru no ku mundu akirumana ukarigwo ri wanumira ki ni ndure wathura ni ndire wakwanyu tutiriana wajuria ki just kuria kiuria kimwe. Where are we safe? Where are we safe? Ni tuwe Kenya. No, who can deport me and take me somewhere else? No, get deport kumago kwa dora na koni Somalia surely. Kana adwale Sudan, kana Haiti, kana Senegal, kana what kind of a country is this? Who are we? Where are we now? Let me see this year and this year thukuru. Gutire na irio gutire naki gutire thibitari gutire tutiramenya kana ihene ikorua kana cigathie tutiramenya magathie 1 form 1 kana tutiramenya magathie kirathi kiriku na turio hau bia there na twina thirikari ena president ena ma minister marathie magaikarathie buru kai buru ya kire wa ngoma buru ya kira kuruterwo guo ciothe we dio ucio bara tajira yetiriri ni bururi ciana ni irahinga istigathi form 1 kana igathie kirathiko kana igathie suku bururi muthogothanu bururi mutokoyanu bururi wa wena ngoma mutwe bururi muroge bururi urogetwo na murogi agakua oete maguru iguru. What are we doing? What kind of a country is it? What can we? Na wina katiba na aria turathe amana mamugathi mugatuira mundu cira tuthikiririe bururi mugima uga mutuci arauga kana twetereire tuigue kihoto kia mundu gutire tutireiga ni mwega no ni atiri ni mungira atwonire mahitia make na wuira tondu ni wona akorwo ni murure ekuhonoka na uru ucio wake to murekire ndu wojinga wa gwathwo wa kwirwo wa kudirectwo wa gucontrol to papetia toto jege ici mungiro kwetuko mungiro haraga na maisi tuingiria thine wa bunge arogia ya guruki meisieno. You are useless, you are hopeless, we hate you. We hate you, our leaders. We hate you, our leaders. Personally, I hate our leaders because they cannot stand for the truth. They feel that they can stand God bless, but all those other idiots, you are useless, you are hopeless, and you will die a painful death because of the pain that you're inflicting to these Kenyan people. The pain we are feeling right now, when we are keeping quiet like this, we are feeling a lot because we...
Burkina Faso now produces its own clothes and food, while Ruto amesema tu depend na Bill's Gate. Bill's Gate hata amepatiwa immunity, yani meaning anaweza fanya venye anataka na sisi without any questions. Saizi Kenya imekuwa nini? Imekuwa sasa lab na sisi tumekuwa lab rats. And this is where they are trying to control our own food. Ndio tukule nini GMO. Can you imagine Burkina Faso, everything that they have been doing to be independent, wasi depend na hizi countries zingine. Na sisi our own government wana try as much as possible kudepend na private companies wakuja watu jenge ndio watu own. Kuna some information ati huyu Bill's Gate amekuwa accused huko Netherlands kwa sababu ya hizi COVID-19 vaccine. Na sisi wa Kenya tunamwelcome, tunamwambia kuja na kila kitu. In fact, to the point of kupatiwa hiyo immunity, like why aliargue so meaning like venye wanataka kufanya si kitu poa, si ndio? For him to ask for immunity, like asikuwe caution for whatever he's going to do.
Okay, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being part of this great conversation. I pray that we will get sobriety and be able to address what it is that is our problem and get a lasting solution to the same. Things are not getting better, they are getting worse, and all of it is because of the kind of administration that is in place that needs to be addressed. I want to thank God for every one of you. I must sign out. Kenyan Would Love will be continuing with the show, but I still insist, let there be sobriety, let there be proper debating. Sitaki kuamshwa na story ya people drumming up whatever, beating drums of war on the show. I don't want to receive calls from uncomfortable viewers from wherever they are. Please remember, we have a huge following of very senior citizens on this channel. We must be able to preserve them. So naomba, let's debate on facts. Find a solution to the problem, not keep drumming up the problem and singing the chorus. Haya, tuonane tutakapoonana. Masaa yangu yameisha. Mato, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Am I loud? Am I loud and clear? Rasbik, unanisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Okay. This is an open conversation right now. Let's have a conversation. Yes, we've had a very heated conversation. Hapo nyuma, we have 1 hour. Ashley, thank you for staying with us. Asante sana. Kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia, mtaingia. We're just going to do a real quick 1 hour recap of what just happened and the conversations that we are having. So, Rasmik, over to you. Nimegeuka sasa. Sasa me, I'm not a debater. Niko huku nyuma. So, Rasmik, the floor is yours. And then we bring Ashley.
Yeah, me too like to kumenishikani. Hey. Mato, wacha nishughulikie watu hii hapa na come back baadaye.
No, usiende kaa tu hapo. Acha tupige story na Ashley.
Sawa.
Usiende usitoke kurudi inaweza kuwa noma.
Haya.
Ashley.
Yes, I'm here.
The floor is all yours.
I don't even have much to say. I wanted to just say that to whom much is given, much is expected. So Raila has a big following, and because of that, he has a big say in Kenya. So whoever he decides to support matters. Now, we as citizens also, like the guy who was just speaking very passionately, if we had people like him going on to the streets and refuse to leave, because a lot of people are complaining, and we are mostly complaining on X, we are mostly complaining on social media, But when it comes to go to the streets, people are not showing up. If everyone that is complaining went to the streets, something would happen. And instead of vilifying someone like Raila, I think people need to engage him. A lot of people need to engage him. You know, people who have access to him need to engage him and convince him, just as Ruto convinced him to come to his side, to convince him to come to the other side. And sometimes we don't know what happens behind the scenes. You know, sometimes the government have things on these people. You know, one lady called, the senator of Nakuru said that Kindiki called them and Ruto called them during the impeachment. And she talked for 2 hours with Ruto, personal talk. So it could be that he was telling her, you know, you've done this, you know, like there is subtle threatening. Someone can threaten you without threatening you. But Kindiki told them, I'm not going to tell you how to vote, but just know that your vote may have a consequence. So we don't know what makes Raila agree to help the government. We don't know whether he's being blackmailed. We don't know whether there is something he has done that they tell him, you know what, I'll go silent on this if you agree to support me. So we have no way of knowing why he does what he does. But he's just one person. He doesn't owe any Kenyan anything. He has a large following of his own making. We didn't pay him with our taxpayers to get those people. So I don't feel like we should feel like he is indebted to us. That is, it will depend on his character, on his integrity, on the legacy he wants to build and leave. So if he has decided that he wants to leave that legacy, we can't dictate how he lives his life. So when it comes to that, and he is a leader, and we are not paying him, we can dictate what Ruto should do because we are paying him. But we can't dictate what Raila should do. And that is why I said the other day that this money they get for political parties should be taken away. Each political party should be able to fund themselves. So we, the citizens, there are little things that we can do as we strive to do the big things that look hard right now. As we climb this mountain, there are little things that we can do. We can start going to challenge these political parties' money that they are given in court. We can try to see how can this money be taken and diverted elsewhere, either to give to old people, either to give to jobless young people, either to be used for education, either to use it to give free healthcare to people who are not working. So we can do small things, and we should do small things. And when we say people come out, peaceful demonstration, we shouldn't just say the Gen Z. Everyone who is needing change should come. Because if we are 5 million people on the street, even the police will not be able to catch anybody. If we are 5 million people on the street and abductors come, they will be given African justice. So we fail ourselves. It is time we stop talking and yapping and put our talk into action. Now, something very strange or very serious Mother Karua said is that we have foreign armies, unauthorized foreign armies in Kenya. And then we come on X, we come on social media and keep yapping about it. We need, remember in Burkina Faso, when they asked the French to leave, you know, we Kenyans, we like to fight. And you know, one thing I have learned that you can overcome somebody, not even with fighting. One thing, like someone like Raila, you can appeal to that inner him, because at heart, he is a patriot. You don't know what he has gone through, that he may have lost hope, or he may have whatever reason, but in him, you can appeal to him until he sees sense instead of accusing him. You know, sometimes people come here, maybe you're, like, let's say the people who are in Azimio, from a different tribe that not mostly the kind like from Mount Kenya. But right now they're feeling attacked by their fellow Azimians because they are being called now Mount Kenya. So you are in the same army, and you're fighting each other. There is one thing the army does not do. They don't fight each other. They support each other. Even when their troop, one of them is hit or even killed, they carry them. Now we can't fight each other as an army. We have to protect each other. Have you been in a group, you're Azimio and you're from Mount Kenya, and you hear them abusing people from Mount Kenya, and you're like, am I supposed to abuse my people, myself? And then you ask yourself, am I in the wrong group? And now you find yourself fighting the people that you are with, that you believe in, because they force you to be their enemy when you actually were supporting them, and vice versa. When you come here and ask somebody, oh, you're saying that, didn't you vote for Ruto? Who is an angel? Who knew Ruto? Some people knew what Ruto would do, but some were deceived. How many people here, or who has ever got into a relationship only to find out this person is not who you thought they were? It's the same with this relationship we have with Ruto. You got in there. He had I'm talking on my own. Talk for yourself. You see, everyone has an experience. We can meet the same person, but your experience and my experience is different because of your perception. So I'm talking from my perception. If I went to Ruto, I listened to him, I believed him, and now I'm starting to find out he was not what he said he was. To me, it's like being in a relationship with somebody, seeing them, trusting them, and then you get into a relationship and find out they are not who they say they are. You can't tell me no because you're not me. That is my experience. And that is what I am saying. Let us respect each other. Let us listen to each other. And let us say, how can we put this together to make it work for all of us? Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. And it's a good analogy, because even me, like I was a Raila guy, I was an ODM guy, but I also realized he played me. But I'm coming to you. But yeah, I get your point, and I really respect it, and I believe that's a good. That's a good analogy how you said it. Let's stay here together. Let's have a conversation. Asanteni sana. This is Sound Candy Talk. I want to bring, because Rasbik, when you're ready, you will tell me, but I want to bring Keep. Keep.
Yeah, wacha Keep aende alafu ndakwa next.
Okay, Keep.
Yeah, mine is very short. I'm not gonna jump into the Ruto thing. Hiyo ni kitu tutaanza moto na staki. I just want to explain something, and it just grinds my gears trying to explain Raila. I don't, Martin, number one, I don't want to take from his achievements. I don't want to do that. Raila has fought for this country. Raila kutoka 1980 what mpaka talikosana na baba yake. We know the good history. Tujakataa, that's another thing. Tunamheshimu kwa hizo vitu zote ameachieve. We feel bad that he lost the elections. We feel bad. And we don't take those things from him. But what we want to say is there's a pattern. There's a certain pattern that we don't like. There are times that we've come and analyzed that Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and all these countries have affected their mandamanos because they're not scheduled. They're not in a start na end date. Tunasimamishwangwa kila saa. Tunaambiwa, oh, twende Tuesday. Hata mpaka tunajuanga hiyo kitu ya Tuesday. Tunasikianga Tuesday. Haya, twende Wednesday. Haya, tumeshiba, tunaenda talks. It's as if we're beginning to see a pattern that the followers of the great Raila Amolo Odinga are used like pawn during a certain critical time I'm going to come with an analysis. Nitaenda, I'll never talk about this again kwa sababu nitagongwa. And see, at any point in time after maandamano, a very big announcement is done. Very big announcement that is done in favor of Raila stock. Huh? Every time. And it's and now the final thing I want to say is not that retire or sijui is not president or he does not hold any seat. He does not, unasemanga hizo vitu zingine sijui president ni, it's not my president by the way, I keep repeating that. Ati ni Ruto ndio ako kwa presidency, ati ni huyo ndio mnafaa kupigana naye. Nasema it's not that, it's the fact that when somebody holds so much power in terms of influence in a country and utters things that would influence people that would help us fight against Ruto, it hurts. Kama sisi wote tunafaa kwenda maandamano and you have high population of Kenya. By the way, Raila afuatwangi tuna the Luo people. There is a lot of us. Martin hapa ni Mkamba, mimi ni Mkalenjin, tulikuwa tutamfuata. Na imagine if we were still following. Alafu atuambie, mwache maandamano nyinyi wenyewe mmeanza. Alafu Mato akatae kwenda maandamano ni backup yangu. See, I'll be discouraged because Martin is not going. That is what we are saying. We are saying that there are things of a man of such an institute, high stature, should not utter. First of all, Gen Z walienda maandamano, ukakuja ukatoa, ukasema kuna NADCO report. Who wanted the NADCO report? Hatutaki hiyo kitu. And first of all, ilikuwa Kalonzo alikuwa anataka hiyo kitu, but Kalonzo alifungua macho akaona, the people don't like it. Hata Kalonzo, hata Mato knows me, I say that. Kalonzo ameenda na Gachagua. I don't like that. He should respect himself and not kujipaka lipstick na Gachagua.
Gachagua.
Yeah, Gachagua. He should not do that with Gachagua. He should build himself. He doesn't need to rally up around. He calls himself a Azimio leader. Shikilia Azimio na Kioni na hawa watu wengine na mjenge hiyo kitu na Eugene na wachana na because Gachagua is a dirty person. Alitumiza tukienda maandamano last year as Azimio. I was in Azimio just the other day. Na akatumiza. So we don't hate Raila. We just don't like what he's done. The two statements he's done in the past. The first one was signing the NADCO deal. We didn't ask him to do that. Because when he signs those things, he's doing that on behalf of so many Kenyans. He built such a large party that it is a representative for all of us. Whether I like it or not, the party that is closest to what I believe in is ODM, and it's in parliament. Now, if you drive all those ODM people to sign a document we don't want and we don't believe in, what do you expect us to feel like, Mr. Rail? Kuja kusema Adani deal is okay. How are we supposed to feel about that? And you see, sometimes you can put a little bit of truth in a lie and it sounds the truth. We've done that in the past. Unaweka chumvi kidogo kwa kitu yenye imeoza juu ati ionje mzuri. Just sijui, you start giving complicated terminologies that some of us, I don't even understand it. Sijui private companies, mnaanza quote places from all over the world. We are in Kenya. If it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. If Adani had problems in the past with other governments, even Australia. Why don't you find another company that is clean? Why do we insist on Adani? Kwa nini? If
And
indeed
deep
you
as
want
you're
to
talking that, why would we even outsource our own,
no, I'm
our
saying
own port of entry?
no, I'm just saying if you insist, mbona mnaleta ile chafu? Insist ndio. Why don't we bring what's his name? He's a billionaire. This fellow Wanjigi. Si Wanjigi he's a billionaire and at least ikuwe ya Mkenya. Why do we need an outsider? Mbona unataka muhindi? Siweke Mkenya. If indeed you want to do that. There are very many billionaires in Kenya. Mbona hiyo tender haikuenda to Kenyans first? There are so many engineers and billionaires around. Talk about Kenya shilling billionaires. There are many billionaires in Kenya around diaspora. Tafuta hawa watu.
You don't
Mbona
even, in fact, instead of even doing billionaire stuff, because you don't even know, encourage them because they even got their money dirty. They can open it to shares. People can buy shares and they can generate money that way, where we also make money and get rich.
give it to, I know it's they're dirty, but at least let the wealth stay in Kenya. That's why I know that the counties are corrupt. Si upatie our 40% basi. Because at least I know where my MCA lives. Na niko kwa hii county hapa Wasingishu. I know where the county office is. Akikula hiyo pesa najua mahali anaishi. So I know this has been a battle for very, very many months. And that's why I'm saying it very calmly. Hatuchukii Raila, tumchukii. Hatutaki kumchapa. We don't want to hit him. We don't want to hit him. We don't want to slap him. We don't want to embarrass him. We just want to say he made a big mistake and he's upsetting us. And what we want him to do is shut up. Nyamaza. Tumesema asanti. Mzee, enda AUC vile ulikuwa nataka kuenda na utuache, please. Because the more you talk, the more you discourage us. Don't say ati sijui mtu mmoja anaweza kukufunga. Yes, mtu mmoja anaweza fanya hiyo. Anaweza discourage. And he has done it and he's proved it in the past. Whereby we're at the doorstep as Azimio people back in the day, at the doorstep of going to State House. Na akasimamisha hiyo kitu kwa nini? Why? Why did he have to come and stop those things? Yes, one man can stop us. Don't tell me that, you think for yourself as Kenyans. If he put himself in that pinnacle, that he's always the leader or the leading of this maandamano, and then stop it. Ni kwa sababu tumezoea hiyo kitu. Umetufundisha hii. And even before we can teach ourselves how to do it by ourselves, unakuja kutunyang'anya. So tumchukii, we don't hate him, please. Musione, when Mato is trying to say a point, unagongwa. Actually, unagongwa. Unasema, for those people, we're not here to take over the show and call it a Raila bashing thing. You should let us ventilate these things because there are points we are saying about it. There are points that need to be said. We want him to hear that. Nataka mzee, please. Hatujakuambia uende Bonda, enda AC, enda hiyo ni your dream. Just please shut up. Because you've done it twice this year. And we are counting. And every time it's a significant blow. Now these fools are bringing back the finance bill. Na tulikuwa tumetoa hii kitu. It's because you gave them, number one, you took your buddies up there. Your four buddies. Don't try and lie to us at sijui, he stepped down from ODM, of course those four idiots have got influence na wanaenda kukula huko. Mbadi anatutesa sasa hapa na nini? Na taxes. All the minerals are going outside the country through Njoho.
keep yet
Opiyo Ndaya,
tulikata hii kitu ikaisha kabisa kabisa, and then his word tu ndo hiyo. Ona
mmoja tu,
ona
Opiyo Ndaya is singing praises of Ruto right now. Ni inaonekana yeye ako kwa hiyo kitu ya 7 years. Oparanya sijui anafanya nini huko. Like honestly speaking, there's nothing these people are doing for us. Oh, experts my foot. The experts, Raila, those are the best experts. A fucking accountant. Ajaifanya hata siku moja as a finance director or a CEO in finance. Unaweka accountant up. Mtu mwenye anafanya QuickBooks atutengenezea. Honestly speaking, Kenyans, Raila, those are the experts you brought to us. Hapo unakuja kutudanganya. Sometimes, Raila, respect yourself, respect the legacy you've grown, the institute you've brought, and go to the AUC with dignity. Because hapa ni Kenya. This is where your grandkids are. This is where your daughters are, unless you're going to fly them out of the country. And we'll suffer under this man. 7 years, 14 years of Ruto. Raila, tafadhali. Tunakuheshimu lakini tuone huruma at least. Because now we are beginning to suspect anakulanga pesa. And I'm beginning to believe, now the part I'll say it's my opinion. I believe this man usually eats anakulanga pesa, in my opinion. Allegedly anakulanga pesa. Anakulanga pesa, anapatiwa, ananyamaza. US inakuja, anapatiwa, ananyamaza. Nani anakuja, anapatiwa pesa, ananyamaza. I'm beginning to believe that. Because every time anangoja a few months, vitu tutulie kidogo kidogo, alafu anasalamia mtu. Yeah, you can talk about the 4 presidents or the 4 whatever they are, or they always need Raila. It means that the decisions have always been wrong because we never move forward as a country. It means his decision was wrong. Hata afadhali vile Martha Karua ananyamaza. Go do your own thing on the side. Hata afadhali Kalonzo vile anaendanga kunyamaza, anarudi by after 4 years. Afadhali hiyo. I'll be honest, I rather that than mtu anakuja to sell us out to the 4 presidents he's just mentioned. Who says I was happy about Moi? Who says I was happy about Mwai Kibaki? Who says I was happy about Uhuru Kenyatta? There's just a few achievements these fools have done. The country is still in corruption. They changed nothing. The day any of them had arrested a big wig or a minister or somebody else in the political class, afungwe, then I would say we had a good president. None of them did the actual thing that would make great change in Kenya. Mnaweza mtengeneza
They
mabarabara
arrested
200.
Waluke, 900 million ililipwa, and today he's in parliament. Waluke, 900
Yeah.
million.
If you can build so many roads, but if there are no working hospitals, if education is going down, we don't care about roads. We don't care about those things. Right now, we're the fifth filthiest country in the world. Fifth filthiest country in the world. We have open sewage. We have the dirtiest rivers in urban area. We're the fourth largest country in the world with cancer cases, meaning this disgusting food they import into a country and feed into a population where people are just dying of cancer, and you don't care. Products that almost blow up Makenda ya nani ya Moses Kuria, unaletewa vitu of low standards. Honestly speaking.
So what is the way forward?
The way forward is next time there's a maandamano, hao watu watuachane na sisi. That's it. Because right now the Gen Zs have gone through trauma, rapid trauma. You can imagine these kids for the first time saw one of them themselves get blown up in the head, shot dead, brains all over the place. Number two, when they came back for peaceful maandamano again, the young ladies were being harassed by thugs hired by MPs. You know? So for
But
me,
why are we letting Gen Z go to the streets by themselves and they are not the only ones experiencing you see, even us, we have to, even as we blame Raila, we have to also blame ourselves because we are
we're
complaining,
cowards.
but we're not going to the streets also.
We're cowards, Ashley. Oh, by the way, it's open forum. Let me just finish ranting, eh?
Sorry.
We are cowards. We're absolute cowards. Hata mimi ukiniambia in the streets, I'll just tell you I'm a foolish coward. We're absolutely cowards. That's why we're relying on this. These people are brave. You have the way that guy was saying in Kikuyu, keyboard warriors. That's what we are good at. So I'm embarrassed to say that, but it's the truth. And sometimes it's hard to say it, and it's hard. It's hard to say it, and it's hard to admit it. We're cowards. I'm in diaspora, by the way. I'm in diaspora, and me and Martin coined a phrase here, which is economic refugee. We are that. Mi nataka kurudi nyumbani, but I can't come back home. Nobody's going to hire me in Kenya. None will hire me. We're in dogs. I told you about the public participation bill. Cherere, whatever Nandi guy has lied to us that 60% of the nation wants 60% of Kenyans want them to extend their term. You know, wongo gani, honestly. So public participation is a waste of time. So whoever is going to put themselves in public participation again with the current group of thugs we have. Jesus. Hey, Mato, thank you. I had to just say that. Because Atuchuki Raila, we don't hate him. We don't hate him.
Thank you.
Don't.
Thank you,
Amefanya
Kip.
makosa.
Thank you, Kip. That's the one thing that once we run this show, especially this time, is that people have to say what they have to say. What Kip has said, I think it's proper, and it's just the real thing. Ashley, I like your interjection. Asante sana pia wewe kitu yenye unasema, because itafika mahali tuongee ukweli, na hiyo kuongea ukweli ndio the people who are watching us, thank you so much, ndio pia wataanza kufikiria na pia wataongea na mtu wao, because that's the civic education right there. Keep, thank you so much. I appreciate you for your time. Endelea tu kukaa na sisi. I said I'm gonna run 1 hour. Ashley, kanyagia kidogo unless uko na kitu, ama Rasvik, uko ready sasa?
Yeah.
Haya, kuja.
Yeah, mi najua nini, Raila alizimia nini movement ya Gen Z, but at the end of the day ni Ruto ndio prezi wa Kenya. You know, hata Raila tengeneze UDA sahi, Ruto ndio bado atapata credit. At the same time, hata ingekuwa wewe umeibiwa kura alafu umepata opportunity ya kusaidia mtu kuharibu zaidi, aungechukua hiyo fursa ya kuiharibu zaidi? Kwa sababu you know, if I was Raila, to be honest with you, after being rejected by majority na nilikuwa na sera mzuri na nimepata the only opportunity ya kuangusha hii serikali bila watu wangu kuumia zaidi, ingia tu alafu na msaidia kusukuma hizo sera zake which are big failures at the expense of saving my people from being brutalized.
Nobody's being saved. Nobody's being saved. And what you're saying is kumwaga maji, kumwaga besheni na mtoto akiwa ndani. You cannot throw the soap water on the baby inside there. All Kenyans are suffering. Hakuna mjaluo hapa anasaidiwa.
Wakenya wanaumia, but
all of them. You cannot tell me that this is a revenge mission by Raila. Then that means he's very evil. You cannot justify revenge.
I'm not trying to justify it, but the root cause of this is us electing wrong leaders. If we could be electing the right leadership from MCA all the way up, right now we couldn't even be having a debate of Baba or Ruto or anybody. We could be having system that is functioning because we elected sober-minded people to represent us with the hope of improving our lives. What we are doing instead, tuna elect mang'ombe tu. Hizo ng'ombe zikishafika hapo hivyo sijui tunaziokota wapi.
Sorry to interject.
Yes.
So, but it's not like ODM has the best leaders. Just remember what Kajwang did.
That's what I'm referring to. Oh, it's not just, it's everywhere. Be it Nyanza, be it, the only people who elected a sober-minded person is Busia. The people who elected Okia. Okia is the only sober-minded politician that when he's there, he thinks about his people. He thinks about the Kenyans. It puts the Kenyan interest first. So if we can identify sober-minded people, then ng'ombe yote iko kwa ballot imewapatia sijui Kafinje, Kaso, ati huyu ndiye anatupatia kitu, huyu ndio tunamwelect. Hawa wamewaibia pesa. Once you elect them, guess what they're going to do? They're just going to do the same crap that we've been crying about. So it's high time that we go back to the basics. We be serious in election. Tuache kukua emotional. Sahi impeachment ya Gachagua inaendelea. Already Wakenya washakwa emotional. Washaanza kuweka ukabila. Ati mtu wetu ndio anaonewa. The moment we think of defending thieves that mtu wetu anaonewa, hatuta solve anything. Sahi akina Kalonzo wameshaanza kuround up nyuma ya Rigathi. Wanapiga matrip ati wanatetea Rigathi hajatritiwa poa. Alafu these are the same leadership we are now lining up that can be our future leaders, and we expect any change. We are not going to get any change with that kind of mentality. We just need to go back to the basic, elect brand new people who are not influenced by ODM, who are not influenced by UDA or any other party, name it Jubilee. If we can even have more independence, it will be better for the nation, whereby haitakuwa ati ni baba ndio ana influence ma MPs ama ana influence ma senator. Kila area itakuwa na watu wanakuwa influenced by what the ground is saying, and that will be a better solution that can take the way forward, so that whoever is the president will be sitting on a hot seat. Anajua tu hapa nikileta ujinga hao watu wataniangusha. But this is the only way tutastop hii kitu ya sijui ati the last 4 president wote wamekuwa naita baba. Watu watakuwa naita baba, watu watakuwa naita wananchi. So we just cut this baba rescue all the time kwa sababu ilianza na handshake, mkate nusu government, BBI. It has been back and forth every time. Saa zile kunaenda kuumana, yeye ndiye anakimbiliwa, alafu watu wanamsikiza. Watu wanasikiza baba, you know why? Wanamsikiza kwa sababu the alternatives that we offer are not better than him. If we could be offering alternatives that are better than him, au wafuasi wa baba awangekuwa loyal kwake. But saa zile tuna elect Magasia wezi, alafu tuna expect au wafuasi wa baba wa side na raia, it's going to be hard. We need to be realistic. In this thing, we need everybody aboard, whether it's a baba supporter, it's a former or current UDA supporters. We need to have all Kenyans have a sober mind when going to the ballot. Kwa sababu if we don't have sober mind, we just get emotional, tunakasirika na baba, we are going to repeat the same thing. The last election, those people walikasirika na Uhuru. And because Uhuru endorsed Baba, they opted to elect Ruto instead of Baba in order to punish Uhuru. Sasa Uhuru amenyamaza na enjoy retirement yake. Hiyo ni shida ya Wakenya vile inaumia. Lakini Uhuru alishatengeneza pesa ile, yeye hata life yake yote asipofanya kazi ataishi fiti sana. Wako na old money. So we need to think and go back to the basics. The basics ni MCA wako, MP, senator, chagua mtu ule atakupatia representation mapema. Don't be emotional that, oh, this time this is a ODM zone. Oh, this time this is a UDA zone. Hiyo ndo kitu inatuangusha. Over to you, Mato.
Well said. Asante sana. Hey, okay. Leo watu wanafunua roho. Okay. Ashley, nawe pia funua yako. Leo tunachapa kuchapa.
I don't have much to say, but I wanted to. I thought I was speaking when I initially spoke, but I stopped. I said Mother Karua said there is a foreign unauthorized army in the country. And then I talked about Burkina Faso, how they asked the French to leave and the French refused to leave. And I said, as I've noticed, we like to fight about issues instead of, you can solve things in a non-violent way. Burkina Faso, I think what the French had wanted, they had wanted them to react violently, to go and force them out. Then it would have been a war. And of course, the Burkina Faso people would have been defeated in that war because French is a superpower. And then they are part of NATO. So anytime they are in war, they can get help. So they were wise. Wisdom is very important. They went and surrounded them. And they knew that with time, they will run out of supplies. And they did. And then they left. So if we have a foreign army, it is very serious. I think as people, we can go and surround them. Wherever we were told they are, we surround that place. We don't fight. We don't do anything violent. We just surround them until the day they will leave. Because when they run out of supplies, they will have to leave and go. Because we cannot know that we have a foreign army in the country that is not accounted for. And we just stay like that, like really? So if we come and complain on air, that means we are not angry enough. We will be keyboard warriors, lakini kuna siku ile itakusinya, you will walk barefoot and some will go naked on the streets. So I think hatujafika hapo bado, and that is why we are still complaining, because we are still comfortable. And that is only why the poor people are the ones coming out. When it will hurt, even the middle class and the rich will be on the streets. We saw the way Somalia, those people, the warriors, when the 3 people were killed. You see how how those people were full in the streets? They closed their shops, not because they were scared that someone would steal, because that is how serious they were. In a place where crime is never investigated, that people die, and even when a person is known, that person is never brought to book. That man was caught so quickly. Yet, when you listen to how he was caught, it was so complex. So they used their time and their resources to catch him, because they looked for the CCTV. We were shown how he came. Someone went and took the time to do their job. Why is other crimes not being followed up? Why are other crimes not being followed up? Because we are not serious. We just complain on air. They didn't complain. They went, you see how many there were? And they showed they meant business. And their issue was solved. So the day we will get angry enough, no one will tell us to go to the street. No one will try to talk to us to go to the street. We will take ourselves to the street. So until we get there, I think we just have to continue just ranting. So, and then I was talking about Raila, and I was saying, if it is true that he says that the election was stolen, this is his opportunity. I believe in non-violence, but you can still resist in a non-violent way. He is in a key position right now. If I were him, even the Gachagua's attorney was in Azimio. that Ndegwa Njiru was in Azimio, I would let Gachagua's impeachment go through. I would resist the nomination or the bringing of Kindiki because it is against the constitution. I would let it go through. Then if I was Raila, I would use this opportunity to marshal the ODM and the people who are used to be on ODM and left. You see, it's all about talking to them and to bring an impeachment motion on Ruto using the same accusations that they had on Gachagua, because there is a precedent. Ni kama amejiwekea mtego. I would let him get in it so that we have the 90 days to go back to election and actually do it the right way. And this is his opportunity to redeem himself, you know, and do the right thing and go out swinging. So at least you would say, oh, he had a plan. Because if someone thinks you are foolish enough that they can steal from you, then come to ask you to help them run their government, how about you show them that you're not foolish? You get them, you put them in jail, and then your election ilikuwa expensive because of them having to go back to court because some people were not playing by the rules. Have them pay personally with their wealth and give back the money to the country. So there is a way that Raila can play this and turn the tables on Ruto and give us the justice that we deserve for all those people who didn't vote for him, all those people who voted for him. A nationalist, a person who is a patriot does not look for, you know, to be rewarded. They do it for country because they love their country. Some of us come here, we waste our time, or we use our time here, not because we don't have other things we can do, but because we love our country, we want us to see it do good, and it is not of no benefit to us. We are not looking for plum positions. We are just looking to give our country the praise and the glory it deserves, as the national anthem says there in the end, so that ndio nchi yetu ipate sifa kote duniani. That is the only thing that we want for our country. And that is what any patriot would want for their country. Anything else is a bonus. People accepting you, people recognizing you, people thanking you, people acknowledging you, all that is a bonus. The main thing is that you should do it as a patriot for the country, whether people acknowledge you, thank you or not. That is my submission. Thank you.
Iwe ngao
Mato,
na mlinzi. So,
Mato,
yes,
1 minute.
Yes,
1
sir.
minute, Mato. Actually, I totally agree with you on why can't Raila, you know, do his thing. Yeah, why don't we just sit back and watch? Because there was a time when Moi was so powerful, and when Raila joined Moi and started singing Nyayo, 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 Raila was like the public enemy as at that time. All the Raila supporters at that time, they felt that Raila aliwasaliti. But that was the easiest way. Alivunja nayo KANU. Where is KANU right now? KANU is nowhere. Alafu, that is after that, Vilali split na KANU is when they formed NAK. Akasema Kibaki tosha. And we started having a better way forward. Fighting this regime sometimes when you're outside, it can be very, very tough. It's next to impossible. It's so hard. So when you join them, when they're thinking that maybe wanaimba nyimbo zao, that is like the easiest way to...
Resbik, after you finish, I want to give you umalize hiyo, lakini with that, I will have a rebuttal for that if you allow.
Yeah, there are just some details that we cannot discuss over here because we don't know or we don't understand where the country is heading. Right now, the best thing to do is just to sit back as much as Raila. I'm not supporting whatever Raila is doing, but I'm also clueless like you. Like everyone here, everybody in Kenya, that Raila decided to join hands with Ruto. So I'm giving Raila time, maybe one day before he dies and I'm still alive, he will come and tell me that, hey, this was the reason why I did it at this time. The same way that when he was so unpopular when he joined Moi and we threw stones at him, insult at him, but when Moi was heading home, when KANU was crumbling down, we later on realized why he did it as at that time. So right now, public enemy number one, let's not forget, it's Ruto. Ruto anaua kazi nchi yetu. He's not creating opportunity for investors to come into our country. He's not creating opportunity for Kenyans to do business. Ebu enda tu toka kule huko, enda ufungue biashara Kenya, uniambie kama utakuwa unatengeneza profit. Businesses are just becoming like an extracurricular, a hobby, whereby somebody is just busy, but in reality, they're supplementing those businesses with their other job income to sustain it, ili ionekane ni kama huyu mtu anafanya biashara. Businesses are struggling. My family had a bakery that was doing so good in Rongo. When this regime came in, they had to shut down, unfortunately, because bei ya sukari ilienda juu, bei ya ngano ilienda juu, bei ya stima ilienda juu. So it was so difficult to operate. So I'm speaking from experience. You know, it was so hard to operate this bakery. And when it first started, it was supplying mkate all around Migori, Homa Bay, and Kisii. And it was doing so well. It was giving those big bakeries like Sunblessed, United competition. But vile tu nini, Ruto aliingia na hizi sera zake ika crumble kwa sababu hakuna vile unaweza tengeneza mkate quality and you make it affordable. It was very affordable in terms of those markets. Ukicompare na bei ya mkate za United na Sunblessed, it was reasonably priced kwa sababu the target market was the local wananchi. But sasa it was hard to keep up with that pricing and also to pay the staff and all that. So sahi, the bakery is open, is closed, but machines zinaoza tu hapo kwa sababu ya huyu jamaa na wa biashara. So let's not forget tuna vent kwa watu wengine. Kama tunataka kutoa huyu jamaa, let's stay our focus. Mtu tena akikuja akakuwa stumbling block, anguka na yeye.
So Rasbikno, nilikuambia nitakuwa na rebuttal kwako. Unajua hizo times zenye unabonga za kina Moi, those days people were not as educated as they are today. Watu wakuaga na hizi machanyal zenye tuko nazo saa hizi. Watu walikuwa hata ukitoka Kenya ukienda country nyingine, huwezi piga story ya Kenya kwa sababu hujui nini inaendelea Kenya. Unaelewa?
Yeah.
So unapata hii time yenye tuko saizi, and I think Ashley will support me, this time is very hard to be a president or even an economist. Yani, it's so hard to do something that the world is not seeing, because, and that is the thing that you saw when we were going to the Gen Z movement. These guys were saying wanakuja na ma smartphone. Who had a smartphone? Hata kuna mtu alikuwa anajua kurecord kitu. Saizi makarao, have you look at them? Wote uwaga wamevaa sijui hii Marvin sijui wanatoaga wapi ya kujificha hivi na kaa brown. Wote wamejificha kozo wataki waonekane na kofia na nini. Kitambo Karage kushika kibare live na hakuna kitu geduko huku na mrecord. Saizi wanarekodiwa kila kitu na wengine wanajipata kwa mashida. So huwezi compare both sides. So the reason nasema hivyo ni because imefika point watu pia wameiva round hii. Unajua watu wenye wako outside the country, inside the country, they are communicating 24/7. Lawyers na nini, people who have seen different kind of ways of living, constitutional differences, they are communicating all the way. So huwezi compare hizi masiku na hizo masiku za kitambo. Saizi kumeharibika, saizi ni konoma. Saizi kwanza kuwa karao ni shida. Kuna nilibonga na karao fulani tuliendanga chuo na yeye. Kaniambia, siku hizi tunaogopa watu, tunafanyanga chini ya maji. Hata kupiga mtu kofi ni shida. Ushashikwa, ushaanikwa. But again, when you look at it, that's exactly what the constitution inasemaga. Anyways, as we start finishing, winding up, I want you both, asanteni sana kuwa na mimi hapa, watu wa comment section. Asanteni Resilient, nimekuona huko. Gypsy Corner kama kawaida. Wairimu, asanti sana. And nani huyu? Esther Kabiru, always, thank you so much. Asanteni sana, nashukuru kila mtu. So as we start finishing, I want to give Ashley. I'm actually, wacha nikungoje wa mwisho kabisa. I mean, ladies last or first, because I know you will say something. Rasvik, si lazima ikuwe kwa mada ya kwenye ile kitu yote tumesema, ni wewe uongeleshe wa Kenya, and then Ashley pia ongeleshe wa Kenya kutoka kwa roho yako, isiguze, si lazima, whatever just comes from you. I want to give you your time.
Oh, asante Mato. Mimi nasema tu when we are debating, we have to disagree in order to have a debate. Otherwise, if we just agree on everything, then that's not a debate. You know, we just lie to each other. We have to look at things from different perspective, and everybody's opinion is very important. And we have to respect everybody's opinion. That's why I love these shows, where it's so authentic. And when we look at things from different perspectives, then it gives us a better way to understand our community better, and to understand the insight of things better. So, you know, when we have different opinions, it's nothing personal. Hiyo ndio utamu ya debate. You know, and when some people are Baba diehards, they have a right to be Baba diehards. When some people have to gota Baba, it's good, so that Baba pia jue, you know, even your ground inasema. Ground support kila kitu. Other than that, my push every day, I can't say this enough, is Kenyans. Mazee tuache kukuwa na ma feelings mob. You know, let's go back to the basic. Si wote tunaumia. You know, we are struggling to put food on the table. We are struggling to take kids to school. Kwa wale watu, you know, wanalipia watoto karo Kenya. You know how expensive. Kuna shule zingine just a few years ago ilikuwa ukituma 10,000, hiyo nikaa imetosha school fee ya term mzima. Sahii manzee, school fee ya term peke yake averagely in Kenya it goes to like 30k, you know, in like just a regular school. Hiyo bado mtu yeye hajaenda zile group of schools, just a standard school in Kenya. It's so expensive. Sometimes you look at those fee structures, hiyo wizi imeenda mpaka kwa shule. Kuna kwa fee structure unaona mafee zingine. I wonder why even Parents Day, our question is of fee. There are so many hidden fees that, you know, head teachers get away. Maybe they can, one day if I attend one of those parents teachers meeting, maybe they might better make me understand what those fees are for. So, you know, back to the basics. Tujiangalie vizuri, tukuwe na sober mind when electing our leaders. You know, tusielect mtu kwa sababu ako na pesa kushinda kila mtu kwa community. Haujui vile alipata hiyo pesa yake. Mada ya leo ilikuwa ni kuhusu watoto wetu. Watoto wetu masista zetu, hao ni masista zetu. You know, there are some of our relatives that walikuwa ushago wakakuja Nairobi, hata mtu ajui wanaishi Nairobi wapi. Nobody knows whether they are alive or dead, because vile walifika Nairobi wakapotea tu. So hata usikiangi kutoka kwao. So hata tujui whether they still exist or not. You know, it's so painful. If you hear in the news, ukisoma kwa news, ukisikia kwa YouTube ama kwa mainstream media, you just think it's just another statistic. But when it hits home, it's so painful. Our girls are not doing this because they love it. They're not getting into trouble because they want to. It's because of shida zile tuko nazo nyumbani. Nyumbani hakuna majobs wanawake wanaweza fanya. Hata wanaume pia wana struggle hata kupata job. So we have a regime, or we have governments that are not creating opportunities for our girls. That's the root cause of all this evil. Mademu wangekuwa na jobs poa, hawangekuwa na entertain watu kwa mtandao to earn a living. That's where wanakutana na hizi shida zote, kwa sababu we uko na shida zako, mtu anakudanganya na matokens hapo, wewe unafikiria manze leo nimeomoka, kumbe ni shetani amekupen, anakutarget. Before you know it, we ni marehemu. I feel sorry for those families that have lost family members due to this, but serikali, please do better bwana. Ebu tengenezeni madem majob wanaweza fanya with dignity. Than history yako ya Ruto, history yako ya computer opportunities, finya computer inatoa dollar. If this is what it is, you are such a disappointed, unatulet down sana kama wazazi, kama mandugu za au masista zetu. You're letting our sisters down. This is a total failure to you. I wish it can happen to your daughter so that you feel the pain that these parents and families are feeling when they lose their loved ones. Otherwise, thank you so much for everyone who tuned in, and thanks to Ashley, Mama Mary, and Kenyan with love in the studio.
Hiyo computer inaitwa Captain Gelei. Unafinya nini inatoka. Ashley, closing remarks.
Yes, I don't have much to say. I just want trying to think, what can we do as Kenyans to move forward, to have a better country? Because I know we talk a lot about what is not happening, and I'm like, how can we move this forward? Because even on X, people will just be complaining and talking about going to the streets. If going to the streets is not working, what is it that we can do now to do something that will help us? That's what I've been asking myself. And I have not come up with that thing, unfortunately, but I really don't know what to say. What can we do? What can we do to make Ruto come out from office? And I know we keep saying, Ruto needs, don't ask him. You can't tell the devil, stop giving me pain. You're hurting me, because his work is to kill, to steal, and to destroy. So when you ask Ruto for things, he has a job to do. He's not doing his job. It is not that he doesn't have the ability to do his job. It is that he does not want to do the job. Before he was elected, he was saying what Uhuru is not doing, and he was saying what he will do. So he has suffered amnesia, selective amnesia. So don't come and beg him, because he is not God. When you have an employee who doesn't do his job, what do you do to that employee? You fire them. So our job, instead of thinking how we are going to condemn Raila, who we have not given a job, can we use that energy? As homework today, I'm going to give everybody here to think, how can we fire this person with the least casualties? And if there has to be any casualty, may it be someone who is benefiting directly from his bad governance. That is my closing remark. Thank you.
Nice and precise. Thank you so much, Ashley. Mama Mary, closing remark.
Thank you, Kenyan with love. Ashley, nakusalimia sana, Rasvik, and everybody in the comment section. Habari zenu. Yes, nimerudi tena, nilikuwa hapo mbeleni. And I'll put these few things or few remarks. Rasvik, you have said our girls are just because they don't have jobs, which is very true. There are no jobs. Hata zile business ambazo wengi wetu tungekuwa tunapeleka watoto wetu wanakuwa employed, they are dead. There are no businesses. I mean, this guy means destruction. for the country, and that is his happiness. Msione ati saa zingine anaongea ati akiwa kama mtu ako deep thinking how to move this country forward. He is not. His happiness is when you are crying but don't have a solution. Na hiyo solution anaomba msipate hata siku moja. Instead of him feeling that my people have an idea, let me adopt it. He is not ready for that. He wants to destroy you. He wants to make you weak. He wants to make the people completely weak. To destroy. Ndio aweze kufanya vyovyote anataka. When people does something that really hurts him, you always will see you will see him. Bega zake, shoulder zake zimeshrug, uso wake umeslope, kwa sababu sasa anaonekana kabisa I'm cornered. What else can I do? Lakini wale mabusu wake wale wako kule drawboard room ndio wanatengeneza sasa, kumefanyika hivi ndivyo tutafanya. That is why we cannot get well in Kenya, because evil people are there already and they are the one controlling the country. Evil. Si watu ambao wanafikiria nchi yetu, nothing. And that is why you see every time people try to thrive, kusimama, waseme chochote, kunaletwa kitu ambacho hamuamini. Sasa kama hao forces from foreign country coming in the country, where is our military? Is that how things work? We are lay people. We don't know how things go. But we can ask that question literally, that why should we have foreign forces in our country who are abducting and killing our people? Are we ruled by another force from outside? How foreigners that come and do all those heinous acts? Those are my questions, because as a Kenyan, I expect tupigane na hii serikali mpaka tuone pahali tutafikishana, lakini akiona sasa yeye hatuwezi, analeta watu kutoka nje. How comes? We are not terrorists. And we are fighting for the right thing. And we are not fighting him because of what he has done good. Unajua kama tungekuwa tunaona huyu mtu, huyu jambazi anafanya kazi yake vizuri, hakuna vituko, hakuna watu wanaendelea na maisha yao, who would be on the street or questioning him? Unani angekuwa anauawa hivyo anaua? Lakini tunauawa tukienda kufungua mdomo, because we are not equal. There are people who feel that I am very much oppressed. I'm very much pinched. I want to say something. Kwa sababu lazima kuwe na watu ambao wanasimamia ukweli. But the people who stand for the truth are the one being oppressed and killed, abducted and taken some places we don't know. Some are missing. Kwa nini? Unataka kuniambia ni haki kuwa mtu anatoka nchi yao anakuja kuua watu wa nchi nyingine? Those are terrorists. Those are terrorists coming in our country. Kwani watu wetu wale wana keep peace in our country, where are they? Why are they silent? Yani kumekuwa aje wale mapolisi huwa wanashika wezi kwa nchi yetu, wako wapi? Washike hawa watu. It's good that it has been broken, leaked out, that is what is happening. Now we understand why our people are being killed so badly like animals. Kwa sababu si watu wanawahusu, ni watu kutoka nje. Wataua watu kabisa, and they have been mandated to do that. Very sad. Watoto wetu watakutana na watu kutoka nje. Si mipaka ilifunguliwa. You come in Kenya with no visa. So everybody will flock in Kenya. So watoto wetu, wasichana wetu watakutana na hao mikora ambao wameflock in our country with no visa. Wataumizwa kwa sababu hawa ni majambazi wameingia nchi. Na watoto wetu labda wanafikiria at this is the time maybe I'll get something to help myself or help my sister to go to school or whatever. But inakuwa ndio mwisho wake. Yani Kenya imekuwa war zone. war zone in silence, in a hidden way. Sababu sisi hatupigani na watu, sisi tunaongea, lakini tunakuja kupigwa na tunachukuliwa, tunaenda tunauawa. That's the mode of the day. Every day, every time. Lazima tusikie mtu amedisappear. What is all this? Surely, as Ashley said, also, I don't have an idea how we can get out of this. But if only we unite and we say, whoever will remain, be in peace. Tuungane tukeleze. Kama sio hivyo, tuamue hatutaenda kazi. Tuamue tukae manyumbani. We boycott everything. We stay home. Kama sasa mnaambiwa ati msionekane vikundi. And I have seen Ishongwa talking directly, mentioning about Ndumberi, where there was that birthday ya Uhuru. And I know they were shocked to see such a crowd at that place. So now Ishongwa is coming with an idea that those are dissatisfied politicians ambao wanajaribu kujitafutilia. But having that we don't have good governance in the country. So people, even if they were not gathering for that, if people raise their questions, you need to listen. If you are the leader, you need to listen and know, did they say this? Yeah. Is it what is happening? If he doesn't know. But Ruto is very much aware what he is doing is wrong, it's evil, but he wants to continue doing that. Why? He wants to please his masters, who are much better than Kenyans. Wana Kenya hawana, yani hawamaanishi chochote kwa nchi yao. Kuna wale wanamaanisha watu ambao wako na nchi yao, peaceful country, lakini wanaleta ugomvi kwetu. Tunapigwa na mtu wetu kwa sababu ya wao wapate malazi. How is that? It's so sad. As me, I have been feeling so oppressed about my country. Very dissatisfied of what is going on. Kitu ambacho kinakuhusu kabisa hata ukiwa unalala hivi. Unaamka usiku, unasema what else? Is it going to work? Is my country going to change? Because that is where I belong. I don't belong elsewhere. I belong to Kenya, my lovely country. But if I see only destruction going on, I feel heartbroken. And it's so bad. Many people are feeling the same. Mjaluo, hata kama Raila alienda kuungana na Ruto, hata Mjaluo analala njaa. Na in fact, Kenyans, let's not be talking about Mjaluo ama Mkenya, ama Mkikuyu, ama Mkamba, ama Mijikenda, Muluya. No. Raila alienda hapo. Ni watu wangapi atafeed huko Bondo? Ndio iwe ati yeye aliingia hapo ape. Sasa akienda ape Bondo, na hawa wengine watapewa na nani? Because now we look like we are saying somebody is in the government. Ati kwa hivyo sasa Wajaluo watafaidika. There is nothing like that. These are people of their own characters. They don't want to think about wananchi. Wanataka kufikiria wananchi saa ile wanatafuta wingi wao. Aonekane wamemsurround. Kwa sababu najaribu kufikiria. Kenyan with love, remember. Raila alienda pale Kware. Akawa surrounded by a big crowd. Akawaambia mambo ambayo walikuwa wanataka kusikia. Akawaambia no dialogue. Hakuna kusikizana na wao. Hakuna. Surely, did it take even a week before he merged with the oppressor? Kwa hivyo hata kama alikuwa institution ama alikuwa mtu ana watu wengi wanamfuata, I think he broke so many hearts. And especially at that very sad time. Ati ni watu wanatolewa huko kwa maji, kwa matope na magunia wamekatakatwa. And yet you say something and yet you go and march, get into that government that has done all those bad things. Because I believe those were done by the government that we have right now. There's no denial. The only thing they can do
is to arrest a young guy, put there, told to sit there, just behave like you are the one who did it. We will know how we'll take care of you. And then we'll release you at a certain time. You'll pass here and you are free to go. Hiyo kesi kwisha. Kwani hii serikali, can you imagine? Ask yourself, you Kenyan, hawa
Mami,
watu
hata
ambao
jamaa hajaishikwa hadi wa leo, yani alitoroka polisi ya Kenya mzima.
exactly. They can be able to abduct our people with all those Subarus, but they cannot arrest that guy. They cannot get him. He went through the thin air. Ati hawezi patikana. Lakini wanaweza kwenda kwa mpaka kwa mtu nyumbani, wanamuabduct, wanampeleka hali popote wanataka. That is the only business they can be able to fulfill. But about criminal people, gangs that are killing people, they cannot be arrested. That means we can complete that sentence that the government is the one doing all this. Kwani inawezekanaje iwe iko kwa ofisi na haiwezi kupata watu hawa wote wanafanya mambo haya yote mabaya ya kuua na kuabduct? How comes? Kwani hii serikali, how weak is it? It is strong when it is doing evil things, but when it comes to that question, they sit back and say, we don't know. That's all they can do. So we don't have a government.
That guy you just mentioned, my worst fear is that he's not alive. Because you remember he went to court and said he didn't do it. It is possible they went and did to him what they've been doing to the people who are abducted. It is possible that he's not alive.
However, Ashley, if they killed him, it's their own benefit. It is all their benefit because they are controlling us with a remote, just putting us into many questions that are left unanswered. But we are not fools. We understand they are the one who are doing all these evil things. And that is a conclusion. And I will never be convinced that they are not the one doing it until they prove they are not the one doing it by arresting all those people who have killed these people and abducting them. But they can't, simply because they are Burundian, Ugandan, and which is the other country? Congolese. Burundian, so Ugandan, so everything is complete. Wasije watakatuambia maneno mingi ya kuwa hapa tuko hivi tulikuwa. No, huyo mkubwa wao hajapata mtu, hajapelekewa majina ya wale watu wamekufa. Are you a leader or you are the killer? Santeni.
Thank you, Mom. Julia is here, my senior. For me, tulikuwa mami yako ndio ilikuwa ya mwisho, but I can see Julia here. Julia, you will close because I had to leave. Nilikuwa naenda kucheza ya mwisho ile, you know how we close.
Nawasalimia tu. I'm just saying hi. Siwache tu nichangie hiyo story ya hiyo Mary amesema alafu ufunge.
Okay.
Nice to everybody. I just wanted to tell Mary and everybody, recently Mother Karua made a press release. She talked to the press and she's not afraid. That's why I call her Iron Ready. She said that the killer squad is being organized. Imewekwa wapi? Which estate is this?
It's in Karen near Deputy President and also Upholds, Kajiado.
Akusema kwa Deputy President, alisema Karen.
He said close to where Deputy President, that is residence. I think.
Yes, iko kwa Karen na wherever that other name is that she pronounced. And then she said that a lot of those people are foreigners. You know why Ruto is recruiting foreigners? Ruto is recruiting mercenaries, by the way, because he thinks that he can use that to cover up. Now when things become hot, na washukiwa waanze kutafutwa, then it will be like the people who did all those crimes. Unajua kama unaona kama yule jamaa mwenye his face is being circulated by the Gen Z it is said is Ugandan, the one who was seen, I think, shooting Rex or something. So Ruto hopes that that will help him cover up. Okay. So I would like to say this. So even if he's recruiting mercenaries, remember when it comes to crimes against humanities, when you huwa wanafungwa are the ones who order the killings. If people you remember, even the presidents who have ordered mass killings, the huwa wananyongwa. We can really research and history and even records show that the people who order and plan those killings are the ones who are wananyongwa. So maybe Ruto, if Ruto thinks that Kenyans are foolish, yeye ndiye atanyongwa kwanza. Another person mwenye atanyongwa ni Faruk Kibet. I understand Faruk Kibet, the likes of Faruk Kibet na DCI, huwa wanakutana na State House to organize these killings. And everybody knows that. And if mother can call a press conference to discuss this, everybody knows that. So what I would like to say is that Kenyans need not to be afraid because hakuna chenye cha siri kinakaanga sana. You people, you remember when this man organized the killings in the church, Kiambaa Church. Ni vile tu aliua witnesses. I mean, evidence was unearthed. A lot of evidence against him was unearthed. Na hangeficha. Hakuna wenye kinafichika kabisa. Hakuna siri ya watu wawili. There's no secret. Even for Mother Karua to come up with this information, it is because it's not easy to hide all these crimes. Even because in the era of technology and communication, their phones and their calls can even be tracked, and the communication and the messages they have passed to each other can be tracked. So even if Ruto, because I understand what wanasikiza this kind of programs, he should make to know that Ruto na kina Faruk Kibet, that a change is coming. Mimi sijui change inakuja lini, lakini inakuja. And Ruto is not going to run for 5 years. That one I know. Because something is going to happen. And he will be arrested na atanyongwa. Na akina likes of Faruk Kibet and DCI. And people like Kindiki will also suffer. The police, the IGs, the three people who have served as IGs now in the background of these killings will also pay for it. You know, I would like to say this. If Ruto and his folks are thinking he will hire mercenaries, and then when time comes, he will send those mercenaries away to Uganda and Rwanda and wherever. So hawawezi shikwa na aseme hakuna wakina nani walikuwa naua watu, anashika watu, na kidnap watu. It is him, the bulk stops at him. Yeye ndiye atapelekwa kotini, yeye ndiye atanyongwa na kina Faruk Kibet, if he will not be dead. And the likes of the people implicated are Ruto, Faruk Kibet, DCI, IG, and probably other chief police bosses, probably. And I understand even some army bosses. So, hao watu wote wakumbuke story ya Ruto na ule jamaa mwenye alikuwa anatangaza kwa radio kwamba watu wangoe weeds in Kalenjin. Wakumbuke hiyo story. Nyinyi watu mkumbuke story ya the Ocampo 10. Si IG wa siku hizo alikuwa kwa Ocampo 10. But do you remember who was the IG by then? Si alikuwa kwa Ocampo 10. Who was that guy? He was in the list of Ocampo 10.
Yes, you're right.
Alikuwa mwalia hapo, sijui alikuwa anaitwa nani.
Yeah. Ebu watu wanikumbushe hapo hivyo kwa comment section. I remember the guy that you're talking
And
about.
even this Meru man who was the minister for something, security something, si alikuwa kwa Ocampo 10. When people think Ocampo was an idiot to include them in the Ocampo 10, is because when it comes to matter of security in a country, the bulk stops at the top. Yes, Muhammad something. Alikuwa kwa Ocampo 10. So what I'm trying to say is that if Ruto thinks that people are idiots, he will be hanged. I'm telling you, he can take me wherever he wants. He will be hanged. He'll be hanged. Akina Faru, those, it is, if me I have heard from the social media, hata nimeona picha ya Faruk Kibet ikisambazwa terrorists, nyi mmeona hiyo terror alert na picha ya Faruk Kibet. I don't know whether you have seen that, you people. I don't know who, Boynet, yes, there's also a Boynet. I don't know, Kabir is saying Boynet. I don't know a Boynet. But I want to say, sijui kama mmeona picha ya Faruk Kibet ikisambazwa kwa social media. Huh? It's been circulated. And the Gen Z are saying terror attack. Terror alert. Penye moshi, kama ingekuwa America, Faruk angekuwa ndani be investigated. I'm telling you. If those things were happening in this country, those people whose pictures are being circulated in the social media would have been arrested by now. I'm telling you, there would be a case building against them. So if the likes of Farouk, kama jina yake inasambazwa kwa social media kama terrorist, even Kindiki, who claims here ati hajui kuliendaje, I'm telling you, Kindiki will pay for the crimes of his bosses. Because kwa Wakikuyu tunasemanga hakuna mwizi na mwenye anachungulia. You abate crimes, you know that people are planning crimes to kill, mass murders, to abduct people and kill them. Hakuna vile utaepukana. What goes around comes around. So me, that was what I wanted to say. That even however much they say that, in fact, Mary, stop asking that Ruto should stop what? He cannot stop because he's the one organizing these killings. His second name, he's known as the butcher of Sugoi. His second name is bloodshed. He has no fear of shedding blood. So he cannot stop any killings. He's the one behind them. He's the one behind the kidnaps, the mass murders. And what goes around comes around. Nawaambia Wakenya leo hivi kwamba siku za mwizi ni 40, siku zake Ruto zinakuja, and all those gangsters working with them, and they'll pay for their crimes. I'm telling you, I might be the one suing them. But if everything is in social, if Mother had the audacity to talk about it yesterday, see, Mother doesn't talk trash, or doesn't talk hearsay. Mother aongeangi hearsay, anaongea chenye ameona na najua anadhibitisha. So wacheni niwaambie, Mother too, the likes of Mother, the likes of Mtata and the others, their hands are only tied because hata saizi wakipeleka kesi kotini, munaona majambas wenye wanaanza ku-approve financial bill 2023 mpaka wana-approve housing bill. What is wrong with these judges? May they perish with Ruto too. Amen. Nimemaliza.
Well, I think that's what we needed. Asante sana, our dear sister. Well, if people need to talk, we need to talk. Asanteni sana. This has been Sound Candy Talk. Tupatane baadaye. See you and I see you. When you are kwa show, tupatane hapo nyuma. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. This is Sound Candy Talk. We really do appreciate you. To our comment section, we do appreciate you and everybody that has been here with us. Tupatane baadaye. Thank you.
Why are you arresting me? Why? Give me a reason. I protest because you're killing us.
Who is killing you?
You police. You're killing us in our communities. Poor communities. Why do you want to arrest me?
Yes.
People's power. People's power. People's power. When we lose our fear, no more killings. No more killings.
Agombo, this is a message to you. Usitoke, don't come. Agombo, please stay at home. We saw your efforts, okay? We saw everything that you did for Kenya. Now let us. We miss you, but Agombo, please don't even come outside. Don't come outside. Tunatoka on your behalf, okay?
Katambe, ni nyinyi mmechoose hiyo side, hakuna mtu amewaforce. Wacha Katambe, kama unitambui pia mimi sikutambui boss. Wacha Katambe, mnasema mnataka kupea Kenya bright future. True, juu Zakayo akishuka alirudishia kila mtu mali yake times.